All right, so now we have the quorum. Yes, we do. Okay, thank you, everyone. That was a very good celebration for the proclamation to start the day. Thank you, everyone. All right, so good morning. Welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of Wednesday, June 18th, 2025. The committee meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, City of Vancouver's electronic meeting. As such, committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. I guess there's no one online. Okay. Video of committee members speaking, presentation, and vote result will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are two exits beyond the glass door and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the four exits in this council chamber. Please use stairs, do not use the elevators. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security member to get you to a safe location. I would like also to highlight that there's a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of this council chamber. We acknowledge we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care of this land and looking forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Zhou in the chair. Mayor Sim. Not in the chamber. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Not in the chamber. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. Oh, and Mayor Sim, yes. This meeting has quorum. Chair Zhou.
Thank you, Clerk. Any comments on the agenda items can be sent to Council using web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at VanCityClerk. I also want to take note of City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind committee members that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gender honorifics. We will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today, we have one administrative items and 5 reports, 2 resolutions, and 2 council members' motion. This is the plan for the day. We're going to break at noon for lunch, return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, we're going to recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. So committee members will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have report 1, 3, 4A, B, 5A, and B on consent agenda for the committee's consideration. We will hold report 2 to hear from the speakers. The committee may adopt recommendations for report 1, 3, 4A, and B, 5A, and B on consent. Does any member wish to hold any items for debate or questions to team members? I saw Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, good morning and thanks, Chair. I'd like to hold item 1 to be able to hear that presentation from staff.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's everything. Okay, so let's see. So that's report 1 and 2. Hold on for question and debate. Okay, before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to declare? Okay, haven't seen anything. So we have a report number 3, number 4, including 4A and 4B, and number 5, including 5A and 5B on the consent agenda for the consent approval. Would someone like to move adoption for the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Klassen. So it was moved by Councillor Bly and seconded by Councillor Claassen. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. All right, the motion carries unanimously. So we have the following items approved on consent. So that is number 3, contract award for supply and delivery of food and beverages for the Carnegie Center and the Gathering Place. For A, closure and sale of portion of lane adjacent to 2096 West Broadway and 2560 Abuta Street. For B, resolution, closure and sale of a portion of lane adjacent to 2096 West Broadway and 2560 Abuta Street. 5A, closure and convenience of the portion of road within Granville Loops Island. And 5B, resolution, closure of a portion of road within the Granville Loops lands. Thank you. All right, so let's move on to the first item. 2026 to 2030 budget outlook. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, haven't seen anyone. So this item is has a presentation. We have team members here to present the item. Please go ahead, Colleen. Oh, so there's a voting panel there. If you can fix that. Okay, there we go. Thanks, Counselor. Okay, please go ahead, Colleen.
Great, thank you. I'm Colin Knight, the General Manager of Finance and Supply Chain at the City of Vancouver, and I'm going to present the 2026 to 2030 budget outlook. So just to start off, the budget outlook is something we do every year at around this time. And the purpose of the budget outlook is to provide information for council and the public around how we're going to build the budget for the upcoming year. So this is the starting point, and then this will inform work that staff will do working with council leading up to the December approval of the 2026 budget. And so in this report, we've highlighted some of the key cost pressures, as well as the measures the staff are taking to preserve service levels in the face of increased demand and other challenges with service delivery, and deliver capital assets within the constraint of a balanced budget. And so we will continue to work on multi-year financial strategies and come back to council with opportunities around new revenues, building capacity and finding efficiencies, as well as opportunities to work with senior government partners to address these cost challenges. We also provide an update on the capital budget, and so that continues to be focused on investment in amenities and infrastructure, both to address our infrastructure deficits and renew needed assets, as well as providing infrastructure that can support a growing population. So starting off, just looking at the financial landscape for the years ahead, what we're seeing is significant global economic volatility, and specifically the introduction of tariffs and counter tariffs has created a challenging environment for residents and businesses, and also a challenging environment in terms of the costs that the city is facing. We see that forecasts for CPI inflation are moderating, and so we're seeing forecasts of inflation stabilizing at around the 2% level over the 5-year outlook period. Just noting that because of that economic volatility, inflation may be different from what recent forecasts have been, and so that's something we'll continue to monitor. Also highlighting is just, again, with the infrastructure deficit, because of historical underinvestment in renewal, and then combining that with recent significant increases in costs of construction, that has presented a significant financial pressure, and the primary funding sources for those critical infrastructure and amenities is in property taxes and utility fees. So in the budget outlook report, we describe how the city is looking to navigate inflationary fixed cost pressures, incorporate some of the investments council approved in 2025 budget that were part year funded in the 2020 budget, notably the body-worn cameras rollout for the Vancouver Police. We also will factor in infrastructure renewal requirements and look at our fee and program revenues to make sure that they continue to conform to prior direction around achieving cost recovery. And so just to highlight, based on the information that we're seeing in terms of cost estimates, we're seeing projected pressures on property tax in the 5 to 6% range. Plus, we're looking to incorporate, as has been done over the past number of budgets, an additional 1% property tax to support infrastructure renewal and address the infrastructure deficit. So we'll look to continue to do that. Just to note as well is that there are a number of significant risks and unknowns that are present in this financial outlook, and just highlighting risks around public safety over time, just given that what we've seen around security needs for events, protests and demonstrations, activity that has increased, and also, just to highlight that we are in collective bargaining with many of the city's bargaining units, and that's a significant portion of the city's cost base. And so while that bargaining is in process, the final rate of increases for those groups will not be known at the time that possibly that we set the budget. And so that's something we have to factor in by making estimates and establishing appropriate contingencies in the budget. But that is an expected driver of a cost pressure that the city will face. So again, here we talk through what some of those drivers are. And just to highlight again, on the revenue side, the primary revenue source for the city's budget, operating budget, is property tax. And then we also receive revenues from utility fees and from program and fee, development fee revenue as other major categories in the budget. And then on the expenditure side, the largest category of expenditure is related to staffing costs. And we are projecting pressures, increases in the range of 3% for those staffing costs, as well as further increases related to what we're seeing in employee benefit cost increases. For example, health and dental benefit increases have recently been increasing in the 10 to 25% range based on cost inflation. We're also seeing that some of the external agencies that pass costs to the City of Vancouver are projecting significant increases in the years ahead. And again, those agencies will go through their own process to finalize their budgets. So we may see shifts in some of these numbers, but highlighting that Ecom has forecasted increases in the range of 12%. And as has been noted previously, and when we talk about utilities, Metro Vancouver is a significant cost that is passed to the city to support infrastructure development in the region, and that is also factored in to the projected increases. And then, as noted, we would continue to build in costs for some non-salary costs that are experiencing cost inflation. Technology is an example, as well as looking at continuing that 1% property tax increase to address infrastructure renewal. So this provides a breakdown of those tax pressures that I described. And again, just noting that the vast majority of the projected pressure is in this area of fixed costs. So it's just maintaining existing programs and services, not adding new items, but it's just the inflation and cost increases that we're seeing in the city's cost base. And then the 1% infrastructure rule, as noted, external party cost increases, and then just 0.3% related to the full year impact of 2025 investments, notably body-worn cameras. Note as well, as highlighted in the report, that staff are looking at new revenue and efficiency opportunities, and there will be further report backs to council during the budget process. And based on the preliminary information that we have, we would expect somewhere in the range of 1% to 2% in terms of new revenues and efficiencies that we could incorporate into the budget to offset those property tax pressures without having impacts on service levels. And of course, if we're able to increase that, we will, as the staff will do that, but this is what we would see as an expected range. So that gives an indication of the types of pressures and challenges that we'll be facing as we build the budget. Just want to highlight as well in terms of when we look at how the city's budget is structured, there are certain service areas that are primarily funded through property tax, and then there are service areas that incorporate other funding sources such as utility and user fees. And so you see on this slide, the areas that are highlighted in green are the areas that are property tax supported. So when we talk about the program areas that will be driving property tax, it will be those areas in green, of which public safety, so police and fire, is almost half of the total property tax funded budget. In terms of utilities, we are estimating an average 8% per year increase. Again, the main driver of that is Metro Vancouver utility charges that are supporting needed replacement of city infrastructure across the region. And just a further breakdown of that, the highest would be in the sewer area at 9.6%. Again, given some of the infrastructure needs in that area are expected to be particularly high over the coming years. For our fees, we'll look at specific areas and identify opportunities to keep fees lower. All things being equal, again, given the cost pressures that we're anticipating, we would expect a 4 to 5% fee increase would be needed to maintain cost recovery before factoring in some of those efficiencies that we'll be looking for. And those fee recommendations will be brought forward to council during the budget process. And again, to emphasize that both the property tax and the fee decisions are not happening today at the budget outlook. Those will be happening through the process leading up to the final approval of the budget in December of this year. Moving to the capital side, this is highlighted here is our projection of capital expenditures over the coming 5 years. I think the first thing to note is that the city has made significant progress in terms of our ability to deliver capital, and as was set out in the capital plan that most recently was approved by council, the 2023 to 2026 plan, that we need to be able to ramp up our delivery because of the significant need for renewal and growth infrastructure. So we have demonstrated over the past 2 years that we have significantly ramped up that capacity to deliver and ensure that budgets that council approves are delivered, and the related projects are available for the public to use and benefit from. Just to note that when we look to the 2026 budget, that will be primarily focused on delivering projects that were identified in the current capital plan, but are still in progress. And so that'll be a big focus of the 2026 capital budget. Also to note is there'll be further engagement with council in the coming months with respect to the public infrastructure investment framework planning and the 4-year capital plan work, which will provide further information around capital decisions that will be coming up in future budgets. In terms of public engagement, as we do each year, we will include engagement to inform council's decisions on the budget. There are 2 primary means of engagement. So there's our annual Talk Vancouver budget survey, which will continue to provide residents and businesses an opportunity to inform the budget with their preferences and priorities. Also, this year, once every 2 years, we engage in a civic satisfaction survey. So this is a market research survey that provides a representative sample of Vancouver residents and businesses. And so we'll provide an opportunity for more in-depth feedback around the satisfaction with service levels across the city and where the public and businesses would prioritize our focus as we inform the 2026 budget. And this will be available in the fall prior to the budget decisions. And so that concludes the presentation, and I'll now take
Okay, thank you, Colin.
questions.
All right, so Councillor Corbian, I think you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members.
Sure, thanks. You want to pop me on? Or
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks very much for the presentation, Colin. Obviously, tough economic times for residents and for our small businesses. I just want to talk about capital first. And you had the slide that spoke about the pace of capital delivery improving and being, I think, in the neighborhood of around 98%. I know that was a big discussion in previous budget years because it was quite a bit lower. And so we ask our residents to approve the amount of borrowing, or council approves these budgets, and then we were underspending hundreds of millions when we have an infrastructure deficit. Can you speak about what the magnitude of that improvement is compared to what our capital delivery percentage was, for example, in the last cycle or two?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I mean, I think at the lowest, going several years back, which would be during the COVID times, it was as low as 64%. And now, as shown in that slide, it's increased to 98%. So significant improvement in our ability to deliver projects. And that does translate into benefits because given inflation and construction costs, the faster we can get to projects being delivered, that will translate into dollar savings and efficiencies for the city.
Okay, so on that note, yesterday we had a very robust discussion around putting measures in place to enable the continued delivery of housing, particularly rental housing, because of those economic challenges. And sorry, some of that involved recalibrating the payment schedules to line up with other municipalities, but to provide flexibility, so it wasn't an upfront payment, but it aligned more as the projects were progressing, and that means that impacts our capital plan as to when we get the money. So can you talk about also linking those conversations? How are we going to ensure that we continue to amp up our infrastructure renewal and those community amenities that, the pools, the fire halls, the community centers that people rely on so heavily for quality of life in their neighborhoods?
Yeah, so I'll speak to that. I think when we talk about the infrastructure deficit, primarily that would be focused on the renewal areas, which is funded through property tax and utility fees primarily. And so again, in this report, we're indicating that we would continue to build the 2026 budget with that additional 1% property tax increase to support infrastructure renewal, as well as increase in utility fees to support that renewal. So that continues to increase the funding available to support that critical renewal. Although not fully addressing the need, given the significant deficit that's accumulated over time. The report that went yesterday with respect to the development contributions, so development contributions would primarily be funding growth amenities, and so I think that's a different consideration. And if in that case, if the growth doesn't happen, then the need for those amenities would be lessened. And so I think it's to respond to your question, in terms of what we're proposing in the outlook and the budget, we would have funding included that would address those infrastructure deficit and
Sure.
facility conditions.
The growth needs may be lessened, but we still have a $500 million annual infrastructure deficit to renew our existing infrastructure so that it's at good quality for people in the city, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And again, generally, we wouldn't use development contributions to address to address renewal. That would be coming from property tax and fees. So that's why it's important that we build those amounts into the.
Okay, and then continuing on the infrastructure community amenities theme, which is near and dear to my heart, as you will know from past questions. I find for residents, it's really helpful for them to see exactly where their taxes are going. And so, for example, in our property tax bills, we show clearly the school taxes and the taxes we have to collect on behalf of other taxing agencies. The utility charges are delineated. Do we have the ability to depict that 1% for infrastructure separately? Because I think there's a lot of public support for that, but I don't think the public necessarily see it because it has been sort of lumped in, if you will, with the overall property tax rate.
Yeah, I think in terms of the budget materials that we prepare for the fall, and that is an important point, and we do highlight that almost half of
On the actual property tax bills,
on
just
the
to be
property
clear.
tax bill. So I think, again, we've made progress to more delineate areas, so I can take that away in terms of the team to look at if that's an area that we can show more distinctly in the property tax
I would
information.
appreciate that. I think that would be helpful so that this residents can see where their money's going and that the city's tackling that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Colin, for the update. I have a question around what was our forecasted budget for 2026 during the 2025 budget deliberations last year?
Yeah, so we show an indicative 5-year picture, and I think we were still seeing similar to what we're seeing now, like projections in that 6 to 7% range. So that projection hasn't changed. The underlying pressures still exist.
Okay, and do you have a dollar amount in terms of our overall budget increase over the last 3 years?
So I can we can get that for you.
Do you have a number of increase in staffing over the last 3 years?
So yes, staffing has increased over the past 3 years, and we can get that specific figure. Just to highlight that a big driver of that staffing increase has been specific areas, including the VPD that hired additional officers, as well as the delivery of capital, which, given the significant ramp up of capital in the capital plan, involved hiring additional staff. But I can provide information on that. On the specific increases.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I mean, I very much respect the work done and what's brought forward. I have to say it's hard to work with the information in this report. There is, it's 7 pages. This is a huge budget. This is our one time to get a forecast picture of what the budget deliberations are going to look like. And it's not to sound like a criticism, but more a question of why is this report so light in detail? Because this council has provided a lot of direction to staff, including increasing VPD staffing, including increasing funding to 100 mental health workers, including body-worn cameras, including a significant investment in capital plan, which of course requires staff to be able to actually do that work. And so much of what we carry as a sort of responsibilities around keeping our collective agreements whole and making sure that we're able to staff all of these increases. And so I think what we need is a clear picture that paints a picture of some level of personal responsibility in this chamber, is that we've been driving decisions that have increased this budget beyond what's tenable, I would say, to the public. And we need a better picture of what that looks like. So I think that's what we're going to hear from the public, and we're going out to engagement, so we might as well have that conversation now instead of waiting to hear it from the public.
Yeah, so we can take away that feedback. I think when we do come with the full budget for decision, we do include a much more substantive package of information. But I think if there's anything that, such as the things you've highlighted as information that would be helpful, we will take that feedback. I do have the specifics in terms of FTE increases. So if we go back to 2022, the city had 8,828 FTEs, and if we look at our current forecast for 2025, we'd be looking at 9,665 FTEs. So again, we typically would see FTE growth in the approximately 200 FTE range if we average over that time period, but noting that it is driven in many cases by investments that council has made in specific departments such as public safety, as well as delivery of capital.
So just to clarify, I just heard those numbers really quick, but 2022, it's just over 8,800 or 8,600?
8,800.
Okay, and now we have an additional approximately 800 staff?
So the current forecast is for 9,600. So yeah, that would be 800 staff difference.
I might have misheard. I heard a 2025 forecast, but you mean 2026 forecast?
2025 is our most current forecast. We haven't forecasted 2026 because that is dependent on what is approved in the budget for council.
Okay, I'm gonna digest that we've increased our staffing by 800 in 3 years, 2 years. Okay, I'm gonna just take that in for a sec. I'll come back on. Actually, can I ask for a second round?
Okay, we need a seconder. Second by Councilor Meissner. All those in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, we're gonna have a second round. Councilor Meissner.
Thanks. I actually was going to pick up on Councillor Bly's questions around staffing. Thank you for those numbers. Colin, did you have a number year over year for staffing increase?
Yes, so between 2024 and 2025, we're looking, so 2024 was 9,490, and the forecast for 2025 is 9,665. So that would be a 174 FTE increase
In the 1 year?
in the 1 year.
Okay. And do you have any details to share as to if that's primarily public safety or if those are city staff?
Yeah, so I think of that, the major contributors were in police services, which would be related to the staffing growth that council funded, and in engineering services, which would be primarily focused on delivery of capital plan, as noted.
Okay, but you don't have a breakdown?
We do have a breakdown and can share that information.
Okay. What is the percentage roughly of public safety?
So it's 40 of the 174 is public safety.
Okay.
Or is police, and then fire, is not forecasting an increase. And so we can,
City staff.
yeah, and then the rest would be city staff, and we can, and including boards as well, so that would include library and park board. We can provide that breakdown. Also to note that the breakdown is included in the annual budget, and so that is information that's publicly available, the 5-year history of the FTE growth, and we can provide reference information to that.
Okay. But that wouldn't be available till the fall, correct?
Well, the one for last year, which would have up until our forecast for this year is already publicly available. And so it's just the 2026 budget that has not yet been set. So that's not determined yet.
Okay. I appreciate we're putting you on the spot, so thank you for that information. My other question was around, and it was touched on with some of my colleagues' questions. Last year, we had a similar projection for a property tax increase, but staff, worked hard to find efficiencies and get it down to 3.9%, including that 1% infrastructure contribution. And I understand that was one of the lowest in the region. My question to you is, how confident are you feeling that you'll be able to do that this year?
So we will always look to get to find as much efficiency and new revenues as we can. I think that last year there were some specific items which I don't foresee repeating, including some revenue that we were able to include in the budget related to investment income, as well as revenues related to our property endowment fund and our sponsorship, advertising, and naming rights program. We expect that we will still continue to find new revenues in those areas. But at this point, the best estimate would be we could offset 1% to 2% in terms of that property tax pressure, but not to that full level that we saw last year. But again, we're early in the process, so we'll pursue every opportunity to find those offsets.
Okay, thank you. And then on the body cameras, because I saw that was specifically mentioned, I understand that RCMP and BC received $238 million from the federal government to implement body-worn cameras. Can you update council on any discussions with the province or the federal government on a contribution to that? And also, what is the cost to the city for body-worn cameras in this budget?
I'll need to get back to you with that specific information, but we can work on getting that.
Okay, but do you have the cost of the body worn cameras in this particular budget?
Yes, we do. We'll just get that and confirm that with you.
Okay. Just taking a look here. What about SAND, the sponsorship and naming rights initiative? You mentioned last year that was able to offset the increase. Do you recall by how much, and what are we looking at potentially for this year?
So, and just, I do have the figure on body worn cameras, so approximately 3.6 million is the remaining cost that will need to be incorporated in this year's budget. And with respect to SANS, so with last year's budget, there was $1 million included, so it was a smaller amount, and I think we're working this year to identify what the amount could be in the budget, and we see it as potentially increasing as more work is done to identify opportunities. However, there will be, we don't have that information available presently, and there will be further updates to council coming prior to the budget where we will be able to provide more clarity on the revenues that we can build in
Specifically for SAND?
specifically for
Okay,
SAND, yeah.
thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Colin. I know you probably know what I'm going to ask about. We talk on a pretty regular basis about how expensive it is for us to have our public safety in the city, both police and fire. It's a big chunk of our budget. Councillor Meiser talked about the body worn cameras, but I want to go a little further than that. You talked about working with senior levels of government to address budget challenges, and Councillor Meiser mentioned that other levels of government are helping other municipalities with body worn cameras, for example. So I'm curious about some of the other things with regards to our expenses when it comes to public safety, and that includes so the City of Ottawa, for example, my understanding is the federal government pays for them to pays for their expenses when it comes to protests and demonstrations. Vancouver, I think, has the highest cost of protests and demonstrations, and I think it's in the entire country. None of those protests and demonstrations have to do with Vancouver. They're usually national and international issues. The embedding of mental health workers within the VPD, it's been extremely successful. The health authority has talked about how successful it is, and they want to broaden it to other cities and other areas. Our fire department is heavily supporting BC Ambulance Service because of the challenges they're facing with staffing and budgets. So, like, my question is what has been the appetite from the province and the federal government to assist Vancouver in some of the expenditures that we're incurring that should be the responsibility of the province or the feds?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I think, and again, we've highlighted to council in prior memos the cumulative costs of downloading across a variety of services. You've noted some specific ones that are very, very topical. And I think so that continues to be a challenge, and I think that you will continue to seek opportunities, but also noting that all levels of government are experiencing the same broader economic challenges that will make it hard for all levels of government to make those to prioritize new funding for initiatives. So I think in terms of the outlook approach, we haven't factored in any assumptions around that revenue, but would of course pursue any opportunity to realize contributions and partner with those senior levels of government.
Are you finding that there's any sort of appetite from the province or the federal government at this point to come to the table and have those discussions, or are they really just saying, kind of throwing their hands up in the air? I look at the mental health workers. I think it's actually saving the province a lot of money when it comes to healthcare. Is it $8 million that is our cost? Something like.
Yeah, that is how much council had directed the initial for that program. Yes,
which is kind of like the province's books is not a lot of money, but for the city of Vancouver, it's almost a 1% increase. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, 1% increase would be around $12 million, so not quite one, but rounding off, yes.
So has there been I'm just curious, has there been any sort of what what's your sense around the table? Are they really, are the province or the feds willing to come and have those discussions, or are they avoiding them?
Counselor, maybe I can speak to your question as well. I would say at this stage at a staff level, we're not getting any indication that either senior government is stepping up with new funding programs in any material way that would address the particular issues that you've raised. Certainly these pressures are ones that we have communicated, we'll continue to at the staff level, but we're not hearing anything at this stage that we'd be able to convey to signal for 2026 that there would be material changes.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Colin, for the presentation. Just a couple of clarifying questions. Can you just refresh for me? I think it was presented the other day, but in this context, 1% property tax increase is equivalent to roughly 12 million now?
Yeah.
In the books? Okay, thank you. I wanted to circle back. In your presentation, you indicate anticipating new revenue sources and efficiencies. It references a range of 1% to 2% in 2026. What does that represent? Are you talking 1% to 2% in terms of equivalency to property tax increases? And
Yeah.
you're
So
not
that would be
against
like $12 to $24 million estimated.
Okay, that's great. And then what do you envision, where do you think that might come from in terms of those? Do you have some examples of what that might look like in terms of efficiencies or new revenue sources?
Yeah, I think on new revenues, we'll continue to look at ones that, like the sponsorship, advertising, and naming rights. We'll look at the property endowment fund, the continued improvement there. We'll look towards things that, like, for example, parking that we always review. So those are some of the key sources, but we, of course, work across the organization to identify new potential opportunities that make sense and provide council with that information. And then on the expenditure side, I think, again, there's a significant number of initiatives across the city, and we highlighted a number of them in the last budget around where we're looking to make our processes more efficient and use technology and improve both our service, but also the efficient delivery. And so I would say it's varied, but it's kind of across the organization and focused on making processes simpler, making, reducing red tape, those types of things that would help offset all areas, not just property tax areas, but fees and, improving service levels and turnaround times.
That's a good segue. I just have a couple of more questions. Just with respect to slide 7, where it talks about the property tax and other funding and how it's distributed. When it comes to our non-property tax revenues, you mentioned parking as an example. Where are those revenues directed generally when we look at our sort of departments and priority areas of the city? Where are non-property tax revenues going? What are they paying for effectively is what I'm asking.
Yeah, so the largest non-property tax revenue is our utility fees, and so that's covering the majority of the water, sewer, and solid waste areas of service. And there are some areas that are cost recovered. So for example, like in our community services, there'll be areas that receive funding from BC Housing to operate facilities. And so that's funded through those cost recoveries. And then we have some revenue generating programs where the funding for the administration of the program is funded from the revenue for the program. So, that would include like our permitting program as an example. And we have revenues from program fees, for example, in parks and recreation where they charge admissions, et cetera. And so, again, those are primarily offsetting costs of delivering the programs that they're charging the fee for.
Okay, that's super helpful as examples. And then I just want to touch on what do we anticipate in terms of operating dollars derived from property taxes being transferred to capital this year? Do you have a sense of what that number will look like this year?
Yeah, we can provide that specific number, so we'll get that to you. But again, it includes that 1% increase, so increasing that number by $12 million over the existing amount plus inflation.
Right, yeah. But if we could, I don't need it in this moment, but if we could get
Yeah.
that number shared with council, that'd be
Yeah.
helpful. Thank you. That's all my questions right now.
Okay,
Thanks.
thanks, Councillor. All right, so I have some question here. So I think many of my questions were asked already. So I just want to zero in on this stabilization reserve, which I asked in the council briefing, but I want to ask publicly as well. So what is our projection for the reserve by the end of the year?
So just gathering that information. We'll just get that to you in a moment.
Yeah, I remember it's at 10%.
So that would be 10%. And do you have the dollar? So 188 million, which would be approximately 10% of our non-utility revenues.
Okay, thanks. Almost $200 million. And what is the number in 2022? At the starting of this council term.
Okay. So yeah, 76 million and 5.5%.
5%. Okay, so that means in 2 years, we replenish the reserve in 5%, about 5%. Okay, and the optimal level is 16%.
Yeah, 16% would be recommended by the Government Financial Officers Association best practice. And so, again, that's not a requirement, but it is something that we use as a guide in terms of assessing levels. But yes, we're making strong progress towards getting to a healthy reserve level. And just again, to note that we had a real example during COVID of where we needed that reserve because that was what let us keep our facilities open when our other revenues had decreased. So an important reserve to maintain.
Okay, do we know the number before COVID? What is the level there?
Yeah, so it was higher, like it was in the 12 to 13% range prior to COVID, and then during COVID it was drawn down to a low of 2%, and then has been built back up.
Okay, so that means with this trend going forward, maybe in 2 or 3 years, we're gonna at least achieve the level at before COVID, 12 to 13%.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so other question about this public engagement. It's good to see we are doing the public engagement in August and September. I always have this question: how does this results or outcomes from the public engagement change our strategy? Because every year we saw people saying that we should keep the tax low because affordability is their number one concern right now. How does that change our strategy for this budget cycle?
Yeah, so I think as part of the information the staff share with council and the public to consider the budget, we include the detailed findings around the public engagement. I think it is a benefit to council to show where the public is wanting to prioritize service. And I think in terms of the findings, I mean, what we see is that support for tax increases, of course, diminishes as you get above general inflation levels. However, we also saw that there was a question specifically around people's preferences to balance the budget. And I think in that response, we saw a preference not to reduce service levels, but to look at opportunities to find efficiencies, new fees, those kinds of items being preferred. So again, we share that information with council and we use it as staff to help inform the materials that we would put to council as options and scenarios.
Okay, thanks, Colin. Another question is, I think there's some misconceptions about inflation and also the cost running the city. So what is the cost of running our city? Percentage increase? Yeah.
Yeah, so again, in the outlook, we highlight that if we just look at the cost inflation that the city experiences, it would be in the 5 to 6% range projected. And that's because the city's costs aren't the same as the general CPI costs. Specifically, we have a large portion of our cost base is driven by salaries that are under collective agreements. And so those tend to historically have increased at a level that is higher than general CPI, and particularly in the police and fire areas. And then as well, a big portion of the city's budget is related to construction and materials, which have also recently experienced inflation rates that are much higher than general CPI.
Thanks, Colin. Yeah, that's all my question. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Colin, and appreciate your ability to think on your feet and be the numbers guy and just kind of process all this. It is appreciated because there's a lot to unpack. So And a lot of my questions have been asked. I'm curious, so with the full cost of council-directed investments, it's not really articulated here. What is the sense of what council-directed investments are as a part of this projected impact?
Well, in this case, there was a slide in the presentation. It was the equivalent to 0.3% property tax, which is that sort of just under 4 million, which is that sort of completing the rollout of the body-worn cameras. So again, just trying to express that we've approached this outlook and the plan for building a budget without an assumption that we'll be adding new services to the budget or increasing service levels. If council were to provide direction to do that, then that could mean a higher level of cost pressure.
So I'm asking because I mean I'm looking at the sort of public safety overtime and I get that a lot of that is indeterminate, but some of it like task force barrage and stuff does seem, I do think it had a price tag to it, but it's not fully articulated here. Is that considered a council directed investment or is that, because I understand it was at least $5 million.
Yeah, so we, with respect to that $5 million for Project Barrage, we'd be working with the Vancouver Police Department and Police Board for that to come to council this year as a decision around an amendment to the 2025 budget. And so that's why we haven't focused on that specifically in the 2026 budget outlook because it's more of a 2025 focused issue. That being said, that for the 2026 budget, the Police Board ultimately will have the decision around which items to put forward as 2026 costs that then would go to council as a request for funding. And so we haven't incorporated additional items in 2026 as part of this outlook. And so if there were those items to come forward from the Police Board, that would represent an additional pressure on property tax.
So in theory, that would raise the baseline though when it comes to our 2026.
If there were other items put forward by the Police Board, that would raise that sort of baseline pressure. Yes.
Okay. And I appreciate there's other unknowns like collective bargaining and trade tariffs, and that's a big unknown for us. Councillor Meisner was asking about sand. I'm wondering where other sort of revenue generation tools, I know that the Park Board were doing their sort of think big approach to finding ways to offset property tax impacts through new revenue generation tools. Is there a good news in here that we can reflect?
I might look to, generally, I'll say that we haven't incorporated additional revenues yet, but we would be looking to find them. And I'll defer to Steve Jackson, General Manager, Parks, Park Board, to speak to the Think Big specifically.
Thanks for the question. So, yeah, we are doing what we can to further initiatives within Think Big. At this point in time, obviously with cost pressures across the city, we're looking to allocate those funds to continue the services we have, acknowledging that in many cases that just offsets what would have otherwise been a tax increase in other spaces. So it's a constant balancing act, but obviously anytime we implement fees or pursue revenue opportunities, that's an opportunity to directly correlate some specific services to users who benefit the most, and that's following one of our newer frameworks, which is our benefits-based fee framework.
Okay. No, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's good for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Sin.
Great, thank you very much, Chair. I got a question, I guess it relates to the Park Board transition. Can someone comment as to what the estimated savings from Park Board transition would have had on next year's budget now that the province has failed to follow through on their commitment? You know, I guess this is resulting on increased costs on Vancouver taxpayers. Can you give me an estimate as to how much that would have been?
Yeah, I think there was a previous report provided by staff to council that included an estimate of $7 million annually in efficiencies that could be realized through consolidation.
Great. And so when you came up with that $7 million, did you have full access to team members at Park Board so you could have fulsome conversations and come up with a real estimate? Or is that the real estimate, or are there way more opportunities that we don't even know about?
I think the report highlighted that there would be further work needed, and I'll defer to Sandra Singh to speak. To that.
Yes, thank you for the question. So that was a preliminary high-level estimate based on an initial suite of early potential integration opportunities. We weren't able to refine that number because we weren't able to talk to Park Board colleagues, and there were a number of other areas of potential integration where we saw potential for savings that we had not yet been able to provide even high-level estimates of because we could not speak with colleagues.
Okay, so just so I get this right, like there's a huge potential beyond $7 million a year or 70 million over 10 years for us to save money just by running parks like every other jurisdiction in Canada.
That's our anticipation.
Okay,
Yes.
great, thank you. Okay, so I just want to thank our team members for this incredibly sobering overview of what we're facing during challenging times. And I'd actually like to propose a motion with respect to the budget outlook. So, Chair, do I go to
Yeah, so
it's not an amendment.
It's not, okay, let me move you to the main queue. Okay, second by Councilor Corbion. Mayor, please add yourself to the panel. So I'll add you to the main queue. Okay, please go ahead, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Okay, as we start working on next year's operating and capital budget, the points raised by our team members around supporting economic activity and building long-term resiliency are well taken. It goes without saying that in the face of global economic volatility and tariff threats, that improving our permitting process, pushing ahead with regulatory reforms, and finding efficiencies are more pressing than ever. And clearly, we can't rely just on new revenue opportunities, process improvements, and advocating to senior government for help with infrastructure renewal. We have to do much more. And so the budget outlook points to a 5 to 6% property tax increase just to maintain current service levels. But we've also heard very loud and clear that the residents of Vancouver, whether you're a renter or an owner, and the businesses of our city can't bear any more weight from increased fees and taxes. In a $2.2 billion budget, we should be able to find savings and efficiencies. We've taken a hit in previous budgets to bring underfunded frontline staff levels up to where they need to be. Notably, VPD, for the first time in 15 years, they are fully funded. And for the first time in 8 years, the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services are fully funded. And as an aside, I just want to state, those were investments. If you look at what happened on 41st, just off Dunbar, without a fully funded fire service, I couldn't imagine what would have actually happened in our city. Our resources were stretched thin. When we talk about public safety, look, the root cause of a lot of these challenges, they are the responsibility of senior levels of government, and the City of Vancouver has to pick up the slack from a reactionary perspective, and we are. And so for the first time in 15 years, the VPD is fully funded. And, except for the jarring random events that happen that shake us to our core, crime is down across the board. Violent assaults are down across the board, with the exception of one or two neighborhoods that we are focusing on with respect to Project Barrage. So I think what we should be doing is we should be focusing more on the municipal level, our core responsibilities, and advocate for Vancouverites with senior levels of government to pick up their slack. We can't deal with these download costs anymore. So with that, my motion is that we direct, that council direct our team members to consider 3 alternative scenarios developing the draft 2026 operating budget. And so we will continue to provide for an additional 1% increase for infrastructure renewal, infrastructure that's incredibly needed, that prior councils to make their numbers work kick the can down the road. These are prudent investments. At the same time, we'd like to see 3 scenarios: an operating budget scenario based on a 2.5% property tax increase, which I truly believe is still well below the rate of real inflation, not the fictitious CPI that everyone talks about. And we can talk about that all day long, because I can tell you, I don't know a single person in this city who's experienced inflation at the CPI rate. That's an aside. The second scenario is an operating budget at a 1.5% property tax increase. And the third scenario is an operating budget scenario based on a 0% property tax increase.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Okay, Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Mayor Sim. Some food for thought there. And there's been some very good questions and good discussion. And thanks to you, Colin, for those robust responses. First of all, I think on the one hand, I think we should be thankful for the fact that because we have I think a pretty strong and ongoing relationship with senior levels of government, namely the provincial government, who just indicated recently their interest in working with us on a strategy around SROs, something that we came out last summer and indicated that this is a priority. Our recent visit to the nation's capital, to Ottawa, to be able to talk to members of Parliament and ministers in Prime Minister Carney's cabinet, really signaling our willingness to kind of work together with the federal government. I think that we have to really be seen in our city to be sort of setting the bar in many ways for other local governments. And this motion is like the one that came from the mayor last year, which was aspirational then. We ended up beating that objective, going lower with a 2.9% tax increase, with the 1% for infrastructure, and the lowest increase, I believe, in 8 years, and also the lowest among other municipalities in all of Metro Vancouver. So I think we can do it, but we have to really look at some of the information that we're drawing out of today's conversation. The high increase of staffing is, I think, the numbers are quite surprising. So I was going to be on the queue later to seek a bit more background information, and ask staff if they could provide us with more reporting on the breakdown of those numbers. But we're in a very tough inflationary time, and the public has been extraordinarily clear to us, whether it's on doorsteps, whether it's in conversations, whether it's through the airwaves. The cost of living in our city is reached a breaking point, and we have to really work with our citizens and our residents and our businesses to make sure that we can make sure that we are being as fiscally responsible as possible. So I will be supporting this amendment, or the motion rather, and I would very much welcome to be working together, whether it's some of the work that's now underway with our Economic Growth Task Force, the Mayor's Budget Task Force, between some of the very experienced and knowledgeable members of the community that we're bringing into City Hall to work on together. I think we can do this. I think Vancouver is up to the challenge. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Corbière.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I appreciate this motion. I think it's important to kind of just provide a little bit of context and level set. At the beginning of this term, we had some higher property tax increases because, from my perspective, we needed to right-size some of the core critical services that residents of Vancouver rely on and respond to a lot of the challenges we were seeing in the city. And that was particularly around public safety. And as Mayor Sim mentioned, in terms of fully funding and staffing both our Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services and our police department for the first time in years. And we see the benefits of that. We see the increasing issues around public safety, around the number of increasing fires and responses and calls to SROs, medical, so on and so forth. So we sort of took it on the chin and did that, quite frankly, at the beginning of the term, because we needed to invest in a number of things. It was mentioned, and I asked about infrastructure, how that underinvestment has happened for so many years. And so this has been part of the trajectory of putting the money into the things that matter to the residents and the small businesses in the city of Vancouver, as well as tackling the issues that actually exist in our city and what people expect us as the city government to spend our money on. It's no surprise that over the past term, I asked to have quantified how much money is the city of Vancouver spending on priorities from senior government. That number came out at the time around 240 million in round numbers. I think that was under quantified, to be honest. And so you have seen that has sparked and daylighted, I think it's often been quoted that number, but an entire conversation around the city really trying to put the resources that our residents entrust in us, whether it's the hard-fought revenue from a business or from the residents going out to work, in some cases doing multiple jobs, but to put it to good use for what they expect us to spend it on. And so you saw us, for example, pulling back on things like childcare as the provincial government has stepped up and taken back that responsibility, which is theirs. And that enables us to put money into some of the other things that have been underinvested in: libraries, community centers, all those sorts of things in terms of operating hours. I will say that we need to demonstrate that we are alive to the very real and significant affordability challenges that those small businesses and residents are facing. I saw a news article the other day, and it was about the Dunbar Theatre, and this is just one representative story, and they normally staff up in the summertime and bring on about another 50% of staff. And you know how many they're hiring for the summer this year? 0. Because they cannot afford to do it. Other folks are laying off their staff, and folks are really struggling. We're seeing a lot of anticipated restaurant bankruptcies and foreclosures as those COVID loans came due, and the increasing operating costs. So just like we had conversations yesterday about how do we be responsive and moderate our policies to enable housing delivery to continue, we also need to think about how do we be responsive and calibrate our services and where we put our city investments in order to continue to deliver quality services to residents in the areas, and I'll say this again, that are really most important to them, because this has really been about alignment, while keeping those costs affordable for people, because people are starting to move out and they cannot afford to stay here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I appreciate that there's a lot of strain on everybody's pocketbooks, and so with that taken, I think that Colin has presented a pretty good lean budget and articulated where the cost pressures are anticipating our future budgets. And where I'm supportive of the general idea of how we can keep those costs lower, I've been frustrated in the past that when we come with these scenarios, we don't fully articulate where the cuts are going to come from and what that means to service levels and even council priorities, because I think it's pretty lean right now. So these, to reduce the tax increase means that we're going to have to cut things. And I think many of us were frustrated with how the budget unfolded in December that saw a lot of defunding of organizations, social service organizations in the downtown east side, for instance, that had other impacts, and we hadn't anticipated that. And I think, so in supporting this, I've submitted an amendment to this amendment, which is asking that when staff consider this, that they articulate any cuts to current service levels and council priorities when they're presenting these alternative scenarios.
So let me move to the amendment.
Oh, thanks.
Councillor Fry. Please add yourself there. Okay, so it was moved by Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Bly. You have anything else?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear where I'm going with this. I think that, we had these sort of unanticipated defundings of important social service organizations. We recognize that there are a lot of compromises that have to come with reducing the budget ask when Colin's clearly articulated that we have a lean budget and we have a lot of pressures. So I would feel more comfort when these scenarios are presented with a 2.5 or a 1.5 or a 0% property tax increase. What are the trade-offs? What are the service cuts? What are the impacts on services that we rely on, and even priorities that have been advanced in these chambers, like body-worn cameras, for instance. So I hope that's supportable, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question through you to staff, if I may.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks. To me, doesn't this seem a little bit redundant? I would imagine that your forecasting and your planning that you would come back with, as directed by the mayor's motion, if it passes, would include this information. Is that correct, that info would be included?
So in terms of how staff would approach implementing this direction, if approved by council, we would, of course, look to highlight to council service implications associated with the scenarios. So I think that is something that we would undertake, and then would leave it to council to determine whether to explicitly say that in the direction. But I think that is what we would want to do in terms of how we approach these scenarios.
Okay, but just to clarify, what you're saying is that you would be articulating this information anyways.
I think it would be important to make sure that council has the information in terms of any staff developed scenarios as to where services might be impacted.
Okay. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. To me, I don't believe this language is necessary, so I won't be supporting it.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the amendment, and what it brings to mind is in the budget discussion last year, there was a envelope of funding for a program called Project Hope. And it was to be assigned, if you will, to the engineering budget. What was not clear at the time, and not because of anybody's wrongdoing or intentional withholding of information, it became quite clear it actually became $1 million that was cut from the grant program. And that was since learned in the last 6 months. So I am going to support this, that our budgets are incredibly complicated. Budget books are 400 to 700 pages. The details outlined in these budget documents are incredibly detailed, and also, we have about a week to go through it. So I think it's fair to say that if we're going to get from 7% to 0% in a scenario, I'm going to suggest probably it's going to be quite helpful to be very clear about what the trade-offs are. And to not do that is, to me, a red flag as to the intent of this, because I have been a supporter of providing some sort of guardrails in terms of property tax increase at this point of the budget process for years since being on council. But a 0% property tax increase is one of the scenarios when we have collective agreements that are, and there's things that we can talk about here and also in camera that are pertaining to employment contracts. Something will have to be cut, significant, to get to 0%. Why not be transparent about it? Why avoid that conversation? That's not transparent. It doesn't build accountability. It doesn't build trust with the public. And that's what we're here to actually do. I know this is going into a very intense year. It is an election year. It's not surprising we're getting this kind of property tax increase proposals, politically speaking. So I think we have some due diligence and responsibility of the public to be very transparent about what those trade-offs are, so that they know what they're looking at when we go into 2026 and what the priorities are of those that will vote to support and those that may or may not. I'll leave it there.
Thanks. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I appreciate the amendment. It's just what Councillor Bly said in terms of transparency. I heard a lot about transparency on the by-election campaign as well, and I heard a lot of concerns about affordability as well. But also, I don't think that austerity measures are the move right now. Just because of what the other councillors have said in terms of services, these important services. And I think it's important for the public to know what services might be cut and what things might be cut. And this is a very simple sort of way to give that reassurance to the public, and I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Damnado.
Thank you, Chair. And speaking to the amendment, to the resolution, just to reflect, I've served now almost 7 years at this table and also a year on school board, and so gone through multiple budgets, and also worked with the province on budgets when I was a public servant. And while I appreciate where Councillor Fry may be coming from, but I think he knows as well as other members of council is that repeatedly when budget scenarios have been presented and prepared for council, our staff always present a fulsome view of the different scenarios, service implications, considerations, trade-offs, and I have confidence in our staff team, in our public servants, that they will do that as they have done year after year after year. And so this is not a question of supporting or not supporting transparency and accountability at this table, which I think is being implied. I have confidence our team is going to bring us that information. And it's our due diligence to ask the right questions as well and to review those materials. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment. I think it's very clear in the original motion that we want to see alternative scenarios. The public is concerned about affordability and cost of living, and we are going to get a range of options. All of the information will be presented, and we can ask for more information if we're missing things. So I just want to be really clear on that point, because to suggest and imply that that perhaps members of council are not being accountable and transparent is incredibly frustrating to hear that suggested and implied in terms of motives. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Last year, during the budget process, I was just a member of the public interested in making sure that my community was being looked after in the budget. And I did find it very difficult and time-consuming to decipher the budget. And I think people who are very experienced can lose sight of how impenetrable the budget can be for the community. And I think it's so important that we make the budget as easy to understand as possible, not only for new councillors, but members of the community, because the city's real priorities are reflected in its budget. So I'll be supporting this amendment.
All right. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just to close on this request for this amendment, I'm surprised that this is being received as it is by some members of council. I don't think this is a hard ask. I think this is an important piece to illustrate to the public, because we do make decisions that have big implications and trade-offs. And I don't think any of us anticipated into the scenario that Councillor Bly described with Project Hope and defunding organizations that provided vital social services in the downtown east side, that happened without an opportunity for the public to understand it or speak to it, let alone council. So I think that there's an important piece when we articulate this. We're allowing the public a view inside. To Councillor Maloney's point, it's often impenetrable. And I think it's important for folks to recognize when we report back on this, what the specific trade-offs will be. So we can have those conversations. We can be very clear. We can be very upfront. It's already part of the process. And again, I chose the word articulate very carefully, because articulate suggests we're going to get a little bit more detail on it and really put it out there so that folks understand that, it sounds great, a 0% tax increase. Wow, that's wonderful. But what are the trade-offs? The public deserves to know. We should have an informed conversation about it and be accountable to those decisions that we make to say, yeah, 0% sounds great for X, Y, Z reasons, but by the way, it may involve a trade-off. And I think that's a fair ask. And I think it's important in our roles as stewards of the public purse to present that for everybody's consideration.
Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In speaking to the amendment, I know for a fact that we ran in 2022 based upon transparency around our budgeting. We in fact worked closely with the previous CFO and the current staff to try and make sure that the numbers are clear and available for the public. If you need that information, it is available. We have the full budget books available, and I think the staff done a great job in terms of really explaining how we work in the city, how we are able to pay for services. But I also want to just note that the fact that there's been a significant amount of work creating opportunities to enhance more revenue opportunities and to create new ways of doing things that will be highly efficient. This is the foundation, I think, of the motion that the mayor has brought forward, is for ways for us to try and find ways to work more efficiently and provide those incredibly important services that the public depend upon. And so for that reason, I do think that the sort of suggestion that this is about anything but being transparent is wrong, and I would like just move ahead and try and get this work done. I think that the staff are already doing a great job in terms of making sure that the public understands how the numbers work. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Carbian.
Yeah, very briefly, it's redundant, it's repetitive, and it's already included in the motion in the direction there. So I think we should just get on with the rest of the business of the day. Thanks.
Thanks. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, so let's just go to the vote. So we're voting on the Councillor Fry's amendment to Mayor Sin's motion. Please register your vote on the voting panel. All right, so this amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kerbian, Dominado, Montague, Clausen, Meisner, and Mayor Sin in opposition. Please show that on the screen. All right, thanks. Okay, we're going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Well, with that amendment failing, and I do think that there's an important consideration for transparency on articulating what those trade-offs will be. And I need to reiterate that a lot of this information that we'll receive will be in camera. It's not for public digestion. And it's important to, I think, be more transparent with what the public understands when we make these decisions on trade-offs. So with that being said, I don't think this amendment, as it's presented, will present enough information for me to be confident in a decision. So I'm going to use the opportunity to abstain because there's not enough information that will be delivered in this. So I will be abstaining, although I do support in principle the idea of looking at scenarios. I would have liked to see this fleshed out to have more transparency around what the trade-offs could be. And so I'll be abstaining on this. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. So I mean, I appreciate the importance of indicating to staff sort of the level of tolerance around property tax increases. What I'm not clear about from this, which maybe is a point of information, is does this mean that we will only get scenarios back that are 2.5%, 1.5%, and 0% property tax increase when what we have before us right now is sort of like a 5 to 7? Maybe it's for the city manager, but how is this interpreted? Are we doing away with 5 to 7 and we're just going to deal with these 3 scenarios in the budget?
Through the chair, that's what we would be working to these to identify and describe or make proposals to how council could get to these 3 scenarios. I think, again, as Colin had indicated, we would look to, those will be made up of a whole number of different initiatives or changes in the budget to get to these numbers. So there will be an opportunity for council to accept or reject those, I think, individually. And again, if they're not palatable or to end up at a property tax increase that's higher than this, I think that would certainly be an option. And we would look to provide as much discretion as possible for council in considering those options when we report back, without it becoming just an overwhelming kind of sea of different considerations. But I take the point, we would work to provide specific scenarios around these 3 options. But again, there'll be some optionality within each of those.
Okay, thank you. Should this be approved, does it change anything in terms of when we're looking at capital budget and forecasting and planning, recognizing that I think the totality of a 7% to 0 is about $84 million we would have to find in our budget and savings. So I would suspect that would hit a few different areas, departments, and plans that we have currently budgeted for. So I'm just curious your take on that.
Yeah, so I think we would look at all areas that receive property tax funding, which includes some areas of capital. I think there was a prior question around the amount, and it was 112 million is property tax funding that goes into the capital each year to fund certain renewal projects. So I think in terms of approaching this, we would look across the different ways that property tax are allocated in developing those scenarios for consideration of council.
Okay. Well, I had hoped that Councillor Fry's amendment would have passed. I think that it's an important piece when we're looking at layering on this level of downstream pressure on our budget that's already, like everyone else's budgets, very, very restrained at this particular moment in time. I also appreciate the affordability challenges across our city. I just cannot square how we're going to get to these numbers and trust our staff are going to do the work that they need to. I do think it's worth noting that we are dealing with reduced budgets across the provincial government, all ministries. I hear from folks who depend on a lot of funding from the provincial government that are not getting funding that they typically would. Adds more pressure on municipal budgets. And I do think there's a bigger conversation to be had there around municipal finance reform. It's a long sort of journey, but I think those conversations are underway. So I think we have to be realistic about the cost pressures that we are under. And I still remain concerned that that while we're hearing things around the table, actions speak louder than words, and there is a mistrust and there is a lack of transparency and accountability from this council to the public. That's what we hear. So I'm not sure actually how I'm going to vote on this. I may abstain and leave it at that. But these are tough times, and there are a lot of people in our city that are being left to out in the cold, so to speak. And these programs were there for them before, and now they're being taken away. And there just has to be some level of awareness around that. And austerity in core services is sort of the words that my colleagues like to use. Those words are concerning
your
for me.
time.
So without more conversation, I think we've got to think about this. Thank you.
You're a little over, but that's okay. Thanks. Councillor Maloney.
I'm concerned that doing an analysis of a 0% property tax increase is not a good use of staff's time. I don't know how much extra time that would add, but I just think it's so unlikely that that would be a responsible decision that it's just not worth even having in there. Could I ask just another question? I might have missed this before, and if so, I apologise, but how much money is a 1% increase in the budget?
So 1% property tax increase would equate to $12 million approximately.
$12 million. Because I'm aware that in May, the council majority voted to return $3.8 million to developers that had already been paid or was to be collected under the empty home tax. So that's effectively 1/3% on the budget, that decision, the implication of it for the coming year.
So in terms of empty homes tax funding would be a different funding pool and has its own specific requirements in terms of how it's used. So I can't necessarily equate that any specific decision on empty homes tax to a property tax reduction or increase. Yeah.
Thanks, that's all.
Thanks. Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you. I would agree. We are going through, the vast majority of people in our city are going through tough times right now. And I think when I look back at why we're all elected, it doesn't matter what who supported you. I think they elected us to be clear as to what we stand for and to be curious in this chamber and to not play politics. So I'm going to be very clear. I support this because I think of, all the families that are struggling. There are, and I remember this when I was growing up and my parents faced the same thing. There are families that are struggling to put food on the table, that worry about housing insecurity, that are making choices. Do we feed our family today? And they are making the choice similar to this. But you know what? They're probably going for a number way lower than 0. And I think we owe it to all of the residents and the businesses to ask these questions and be curious as to what are we looking at and how can we make life a little easier for the people that are struggling. And so I will not be abstaining. I think I'm going to be very clear where I stand.
You're at time, Mayor.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. So everyone please register your vote on the voting panel. Well, voting on Mayor's motion. Okay, so the motion passed with no opposition, with Councillor Bly, Councillor Fry, and Councillor Orr abstain. Okay, thank you. So, all right, so okay, this item is for information only, so we just passed a amendment. Now back to the question queue. Mayor Sim, you have anything else?
No, I just reiterate, once again, I'm happy that we're going to be looking at making life a little more affordable for the residents of Vancouver. And when we get those, when we get that report, I hope we do not politicize this, and we truly think about all the residents of Vancouver, because we're entering really tough times right now, and I think we owe it upon all the residents, regardless of political stripe, a hand, because there are a lot of people struggling out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clausen?
Thanks very much. And I know we still have speakers, so I'll try and keep this brief. The great conversations earlier and good questions from my colleagues in the chamber. I just wanted to ask about innovation and particularly the use of AI, which I realize has been largely focused around our permitting process. And I just wanted to ask a question as to any foreseeable changes in either the cost savings or revenue that might come from that. And I realize that in the case of the permitting, it is a sort of a fee-based work, so it probably.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Item's done. I'm not sure why we're still speaking to it. We just voted on it.
Pardon me?
That item is all done. The budget
Oh.
outlook. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we voted on it.
All right, fine, thanks.
Okay.
I was still in the question queue, so I was going to ask questions, but
Yeah,
if that's the case, leave it for another day. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So that completes this item on the agenda. All right, thanks everyone. So we are now moving to the item number 2, 2025 quarterly capital budget adjustments and closeout. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Point of privilege, and I'm hoping council will indulge me here. Councillor Bly will be submitting an amendment to sever some of the items on this out. My wife works for the firm that is working on the Vancouver Aquatic Center, so I'll need to sever that out so I can declare conflict on that particular piece. And further, to advice I received from the Integrity Commissioner, it would be helpful to me if folks could just kind of maybe in advance let me know if they want to bring something up in the discussion around the Aquatic Center, and I will leave the room for those pieces, but I would like to participate in the rest of the discussion. So if council would indulge me and just give me a heads up, hey, I'm going to ask something about the Aquatic Center, I'll leave.
We're going to let you know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Do we need...
No, it's just a point of privilege.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. All right, so this item does not have a team member presentation. So committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing no one on the queue for questions, we will now hear from the registered speaker for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Scott Lear. Yeah, please come to the podium. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, is this a timer in this box here?
Yeah, so just when you speak, I'm going to start the timer.
All right. Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for this opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm a professor at Simon Fraser University in the Health Sciences faculty, and I have expertise in lifestyle behaviors, primarily physical activity. I've also been swimming at VAC in Hillcrest for 25 years now. And I oppose the Parks Board request for additional funding for their VAC renewal project to reduce the existing pool from 50 meters to 25 meters. There's a number of key reasons why. The first two I'll just go over really quickly because I know other speakers will go into more depth. One is the Parks Board and the staff have abused their privilege as public servants and lost the trust and confidence in the people of Vancouver and especially the swimming community. No one voted for a lazy river and a 1,300 square foot hot tub, which is the size of a 3-bedroom townhome at the expense of a 50-meter pool. Number two, the project cost is far greater than what is needed. Vancouver just needs a 50-meter pool. It doesn't need a fancy designed building. It needs something functional first and form second. But what I want to focus more on is where I have expertise, is the negative health impacts that will ripple across the city with this decision. And this is where my 30-plus years of expertise lie. If the recommendation is enacted, it will have negative health and well-being impacts. The Parks Board plan is to shift all the club members, which is about 1,000 people or more, and the lane swimmers to Hillcrest. By the staff's own acknowledgement, Hillcrest is already at capacity. Hillcrest was also purposely built not to be a training facility for swimmers. Successive aquatic supervisors have told us in the Hillcrest community this: the lanes are too narrow. It's also the pool that the lifeguards want to work at the least because of this, because of the altercations, because of the collisions that already occur. And now they're looking to add in more swimmers into that limited capacity. Now, here's a couple scenarios I put forward that are likely to happen with this change. So Brianna, who's 14, experiences bullying. She swims 6 times a week at VAC and feels she belongs there. The bullying continues, but with her swimming, she's able to manage. With the closure of VAC, she only swims 3 times per week at Hillcrest due to limited pool time. As the weeks go by and the bullying continues, Brianna no longer feels safe. She attends swimming less and less and soon stops altogether. She becomes overwhelmed with bullying as she has no sense of belonging and turns to self-harm. But it's not just the club swimmers. The majority of public lane swimmers are between 40 to 100 years. They're not in their 20s and 30s, and they have mobility issues, and cramping them into a tighter space in Hillcrest or telling them which staff will do, because I know people in walkers who will come to Hillcrest to swim. So William, 75, he uses a walker to get to Hillcrest to swim every morning. After he goes into the hot tub with his friends and chats, swimming is easy on his joints, and he can do it unassisted with the Now, with the closure of VAC, many of the morning swim lanes are now taken over by swim clubs. The lanes become too crowded, and he feels unsafe. Staff tell him to go to Killarney, which is already over capacity, or Kerrisdale, as he can't drive. And
Sorry, Scott, you are
oh, okay.
over.
Okay, you just kept letting me go, so I just kept talking.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Speaker number 2 is Georgia Nail.
Thank you, Mayor Sim and Council for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My name is Georgia Neal and I am 10 years old, and I oppose the plan to spend money on building a 25-meter pool and a large hot tub in place of our 50-meter pool at the Vancouver Aquatic Center. I've always loved water and swimming, and last September, I joined the Dolphin Swim Club. As you know, we practice at the Vancouver Aquatic Center, and I'm here today to ask you to please think of other ways to keep our 50-meter pool. Not for me and my teammates, but for all the people who signed the petition to say this is not what we want for in Vancouver. I love my clubs and the club and the long lanes to practice in and compete in. I don't even mind the 5:15 a.m. practices. I just started competitive swimming, and even though it is sometimes hard, I feel very proud of myself when I swim. I have met many new friends there, and we have a fun time together, even when we're doing loads of laps. My mom is a doctor, and she says that kids need lots of exercise to stay healthy and happy. She's always talking about how Without it, so many kids, especially teenage girls, are experiencing anxiety and sadness these days. There aren't many sports that girls can be competitive as we get older. Who knows how far I can go with my swimming, but me and my teammates need to be able to practice for our races in the pool to stay competitive. Vancouver doesn't have many pools, especially compared to all the other cities in Canada. Without our 50-meter pool, you are taking away a huge opportunity for me and my teammates to get better and maybe win some races. Please figure out a way to save our pool and invest in a future of happy and healthy citizens in our wonderful city.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you for speaking to council. Thank you. All right, speaker number 3 is Carola Mansfield.
Sorry, Chair. Georgia had some books that are about our swim club. Can I pass them
Yeah,
around?
clerk will take all the books. Thanks you. Carola, as a procedure question, can I ask you if you are resident of Vancouver?
I'm not, but I work in the city of Vancouver.
That's good. Yeah, thank you. Just
Thank
a
you.
procedure question. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Carola Mansfield, and I am opposed to the funding of the 25-meter VAC renewal. And I thank you for listening to what I have to say. The problem is this. The 2022 plebiscite specifically stated that the borrowing of the $103 million was for the 50-meter renewal of the VAC. Over 101,000 voters voted for a 50-meter pool for $140 million. The plan before you is for a 25-meter pool for $175 million. It's not the same thing. The plebiscite was silent on anything else. No 1,200 square foot hot tub, no expanded fitness center, no lazy river, and not even the diving facilities, just 50 meters. Publicized plans in 2023 included a 10,000 square foot childcare facility, which has also disappeared from the plans. This committee's approval of the public contract for the design consultants listed the 50-meter lap pool as the #1 priority. A petition for a 50-meter pool at VAC has received over 15,680 signatures. The park board has offered a shopping list of reasons a 50-meter pool is not possible. It must be on the current site. Why? Because according to them, no other land is available. Council members have told us that land is available. It must fit in the current footprint. Why? Because otherwise they would need to seek permission from the province for additional tenure, consult with First Nations, and it would cost more. But by their own admission, in the 3 years since the capital plan was approved, they have not applied to the province, consulted with First Nations, and they have not costed out what would be a 3-foot expansion of the footprint. They have also not sought public-private sponsorship or naming rights for a project of this size. The park board has not made a genuine effort to follow the mandate to prioritize the 50-meter pool, the mandate of the community consulted during Van Splash, this committee's mandate, and most importantly, the clear mandate of over 101,000 voters in 2022. There is no voter approval to borrow $103 million and spend a further $72 million or more of taxpayers' funds for the current leisure-based 25-meter plan. This is really where the conversation must end. By approving the $22 million, you would be rubber stamping the park board's flagrant disregard of the democratic process, and in particular of the mandate given by the voters in 2022. And there are alternatives. The city is facing many demands for capital, as we've heard this morning. Considering cheaper, more functional alternatives that will serve the community sooner would seem to make sense. 6 of the 9 remaining Vancouver indoor pools are considered end of life. No new pools have been built in 15 years. If included in the next capital plan, you could build up to 5 50-meter and 25-meter Mirtha Pool complexes for the
Sorry,
cost
Carla,
of
you
this
are
VAC renewal.
way over
Thank
time
you.
as well. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to council. Thank you. Speaker number 4 is Carly McPhee.
Hello, I'm here. I'm joining by phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. My name is Carly McPhee. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the proposal for replacing the VAC with the current plan. I am an NCCP certified swim coach. I've been coaching competitive swimming across Western Canada for over a decade, and I live in the West End. I've coached for multiple clubs, including Canadian Dolphins and currently the English Bay Swim Club, which is an LGBTQ all ages masters club. I have 3 points for you on why this is an unacceptable proposal that should be rejected. One, there's been a complete lack of meaningful stakeholder engagement in this plan. The 2020 plebiscite could not have been more clear. They've completely disregarded that, done no work in 3 years to further understand the community's needs, wants, or opinions at all. Later, we were given just 3 minutes per speaker to oppose this plan at the Parks Board meeting. The Parks Board agreed that more stakeholder engagement was needed, sent the city staff away to consult us. Their only outcome of consulting us was a Microsoft Word chart of what features we currently use at the pool, and it was riddled with mistakes. Following that, the Park Board again, when we had a chance to respond to this coming back to the Park Board, they suddenly changed the rules that night that anyone who had previously spoken would not be allowed to speak again. Many people were there on behalf of large user group organizations representing well over 100 people and could not say their piece or respond. 2, this decision will devastate aquatic sport in this city, save diving. There's no opportunity for clubs to train. Synchro still can't get pool space, and water polo teams will have nowhere to hold their meets or train. We will have nowhere to host our meets or train. It will impact athletes of all ages and stages. It will leave the city as a laughable place in the national competitive swimming realm. I come from Alberta, and in Calgary, we have 50-meter pools aplenty. It makes no sense to me that such a major city has no opportunity for competitive sport in such a vivacious city. Third, you opened your meeting with a call for respect to equity and inclusion. This decision will absolutely wipe out 2 incredibly long-standing queer inclusive LGBTQ forward swim clubs, the English Bay Swim Club and the Whiskey Jacks water polo team. The English Bay Swim Club is one of the first LGBTQ affirming swimming clubs in this country and in North America. It has a long history of being inclusive to everyone in a sport that is highly gendered and highly sensitive. It would be an complete disregard to your LGBTQ city members to move forward with this plan. Frankly, it would be a slap in the face. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Right on time. Thank you. Speaker number 5 is Kelly Tattinger. Please go ahead, Kelly.
Hi. I'm in opposition to the motion. My name is Kelly Tattinger. I'm a West End owner, as well as the head coach of the Canadian Dolphins Swim Club. Vancouver needs to keep pools open before building a new one, not close them. Shutting down another pool will be hugely detrimental to the city of Vancouver, already one of the cities with the lowest pool per capita ratio in our country. In 2001, Vancouver started to look towards focusing on building pools and upkeep of the existing ones. Unfortunately, they have failed in both. A city that is surrounded by water is becoming the worst in a nation at making sure that their citizens are, number 1, learning a life skill, number 2, being able to be competitive with the rest of the country and developing athletes, number 3, having somewhere for the citizens to go swim where the lanes are not overcrowded and too narrow. Not only did the plebiscite of over 100,000 overwhelmingly vote for a 50-meter pool, but another 15,000 people signed a petition to stop the development of a 25-meter pool instead of keeping a 50-meter pool that has existed in the West End for almost 100 years. Both Crystal Pool and VAC have been in the West End since 1929. This $22 million you are voting on to allow the Parks Board to build a small, out-of-date, expensive hot tub and lazy river, which are all over the place, can probably be used to build a lifetime sprung Bertha pool to be put somewhere, including on the Sunset Beach parking lot. Takes 13 months to build this facility. The advisory committee went out on their own without any input of user groups to design an inadequate facility that is used on leisure rather than what the plan had stated. User groups and lessons are one of the fee recovery for pools. Our club has rented for almost 70 years downtown. Lately, the Parks Board has stated they're in favor of putting up a 50-meter competitive pool in South Vancouver, which would be great. But again, how long will that take? 15 more years? VAC needs to remain open while another pool is being built, not the opposite. Shrinking the size of VAC will only create more crowding, chaos, and disgruntled people in other pools. There is no way that taking away a pool the size of VAC, which is home to over 1,000 user group competitors, can be fixed in a few of the other pools around the city. In Vancouver, this is the only sport where training and public are in at the same time. I've sent emails to both the Premier and the Minister of Sport. They replied last week and will get back to me next week. Hopefully, there will be provincial and national funding to help build a great competition and public pool that is large enough for national and international competitions in our city. West End residents have been represented at all the Parks Board meeting on this subject, continue to voice their disapproval and disappointment with this issue. As elected officials, someone needs to stand up for what the public is asking. Please take responsibility and stop this irresponsible act. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Speaker number 6 is Zach Brand Hall. Zach, also as a procedure question, I need to ask you if you're a resident of Vancouver.
No, I am not a resident of Vancouver.
Thank you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Good to see you.
I have a slides,
Oh, okay.
presentation slide.
Let me show that on the screen. Yeah, it's coming. Just give us a second. There we go. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and City of Vancouver councillors. My name is Zachary Haw, and I'm the assistant head coach of the Canadian Dolphins Swim Club. I work and have lived in the City of Vancouver for the past 12 years after immigrating from the Philippines. I stand before you opposed to the proposed additional increase of the capital budget, specifically for the Vancouver Aquatic Center. I would like to emphasize the responsibility of our elected officials to explore alternative options prior to committing to a decision that will significantly impact the community residents and also the aquatic community of the city. It remains baffling to many in our community how the VAC renewal project is estimated to cost at least $170 million, while comparable aquatic centers have been built significantly less for the amenities that resembles the capital plan. And this is why I have this chart before you. Instead of moving forward with the current costly proposal, I urge you, together with the other speakers, to consider alternative options like the Murtha Pool with strong structures, currently valued at around $22 million, surprisingly similar to what the supplement has been requested for. In an example in Idaho, a similarly costed structure had an 8-lane 50-meter pool, a 6-lane 25-meter pool, and also area for spectator seating. This model closely aligns with the intent of the capital plan to deliver a 50-meter pool and proves that cost-effective solutions exist. The estimated $30 million does not include luxury amenities such as hot tubs, leisure pools, or architectural embellishments. However, it does provide the core purpose of the facility, a 50-meter pool helping to serve the City of Vancouver residents. If such alternative can be built for a fraction of the current cost, we must question whether the $170 million price tag is truly necessary or inflated by additional non-essential features and architectural extravagance. The current VAC project appears to be overpriced and misaligned with the current community needs. As elected officials, and more importantly, have the power of the purse, I believe that you have the duty to be fiscally responsible
ensure the taxpayer dollars are spent wisely and transparently and responsibly, especially to this inflationary difficult period. I urge you to reconsider the proposal, demand greater accountability in budgeting, and ask the tough questions. Let's focus on what is truly needed, not just what the Parks Board staff wants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zach. Speaker number 7 is Jeffrey Moo. Jeffrey, yeah, please go ahead.
Dear Vancouver City Hall, my name is Jeffrey Moo and I am a member of CDSC. As I said before, and I will say again, I strongly oppose the Vancouver Park Board's plan to convert our existing 50-meter pool into a 25-meter pool. My reasons are as follows. First is quality. As a competitive swimmer who trains every day, I deeply understand the significant difference between a 25-meter pool and a 50-meter pool for professional training. I truly love my coaches and my club, and I hope my teammates can achieve great results. If you support VAC's plan to change our 50-meter pool, you will be taking away the future of many young swimmers, including me. The second reason, time standards. I'm currently 12 years old and only one step away from qualifying for the provincial team. However, once I turn 13, the standards for a provincial team will become much higher and I will need to work even harder to meet them. My biggest weakness is endurance, and without a 50-meter pool, I may lose the opportunity to achieve my dream. Thirdly, my mother chose to immigrate to Canada because she believed it would provide a better environment for her child's growth. But if you support the plan to destroy our 50-meter pool at VAC, there will be no 50-meter pools left in the Vancouver area. I've seen many developing cities, including small cities in China, that have 50-meter pools. Compared to that, how can Vancouver claim to be a place that supports children's development? Vancouver's Park Board's decision goes against the courageous and kind spirit that Canadians are known for and is just soulless. The fourth reason might not apply to anyone, or might not apply to everyone, but it's called moving. The Vancouver Park Board suggests moving CDSC to Hillcrest. Now, this seems like a good alternative until you realize that some of us live really close to CDSC. I live down the street. Moving to Hillcrest will make it harder to go to practices on time. And the Vancouver Park Board will force us into a situation where give up CDSC and find an alternative swim club or move entirely. As one of the brightest cities in the world and the shining pearl of the West Coast, how can downtown Vancouver not even have a standard pool where athletes can properly train? Please do not turn a blind eye to the pleas of us children. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Well spoken. Thank you. Speaker number 8, William Wei.
Good morning, Mayor Sim and City Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is William. I've been a competitive swimmer for 10 years, and I oppose the budget for the 25-meter pool. As a competitive swimmer who's been at national level competitions, the necessity for a 50-meter pool is crystal clear. The aerobic and muscular fatigue and endurance you gain from 50-meter laps compared to 25-meter laps are entirely different, and training in the two pools feel worlds apart. For high-level national and international competitions, 50 meters is standard, and if Vancouver is to continue to give youth the opportunity to reach the highest level of the sport and produce world-class athletes, producing 50-meter pools is mandatory. Now, additional to competitive swimming, a 50-meter pool is vital for its capacity to serve the general public. Some of the most important swim programs are lifeguard and water safety-related training. These programs are already scarce, and as someone who has personally completed both the National Lifeguard and Swim Instructor certifications, I can tell you that having deep water lap pools is a requirement for these programs. With the capacity downgrade of a 25-meter pool, VAC's ability to run these crucial programs will be severely limited and jeopardized. Moreover, most regular community swim lessons also require lap pools. All these courses are fundamentally aimed to prepare kids with crucial water safety skills. And for all levels swimmer 4 and up, which are for all children of ages 5 and above, the courses require swimmers to be able to swim laps and have the ability to navigate through deeper water. With the downgraded capacity, VAC simply will not be able to accommodate all of these vital programs that it currently supports, and will inevitably need to cut out important ones. This is not merely an inconvenience. It represents a step backwards in promoting and giving youth opportunities to have essential water safety skills. With the already strained Vancouver aquatic system and high wait lists, the impacts will not go unnoticed. Lastly, I want to briefly discuss the possible alternative of having a temporary pool and what it would present. So these pools are modular and relatively quick to install, and they can provide full-size 50-meter pools. Now, even though they are modular, these structures have reliable long lifespans with warranties of up to 25 years. As the Park Board plans to renew pools in Vancouver throughout the coming decades, having a temporary full-sized 50-meter pool will be a valuable asset that allows community groups to have a pool while centers are being renewed. Additionally, as one of the main concerns that Park Board brought up for renewing VAC with a 50-meter pool is the extended time frame, having a temporary pool that lasts for 20 plus years can significantly alleviate much of this pressure for a condensed time frame and thereby allow the city to pursue the long-term approach for a 50-meter pool. In conclusion, a 50-meter pool is both a requirement for the city to have the ability to produce world-class athletes and is crucial to creating opportunities for the youth to learn swimming and gain vital water safety skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, William, for speaking to council. Speaker number 9 is Philip Skinder.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Philip. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Dear Mayor and Councils, I'm speaking today to address the critical shortage of pool space and its effect on our resident children. A problem that will get significantly worse if you vote to approve this additional funding and take VAC offline before a replacement is built. So I am against the approval for additional funds. My name is Phil Skinder. My family and I are residents of the city of Vancouver, and I'm the director and head coach of Canada's largest life-saving sports club that operates here in Vancouver. We rent pool space at 3 city pools. We have waiting lists, and people are constantly contacting me for private lessons. Our members learn to swim, teach, guards, and yes, they save lives. We only race in a 50-meter pool, and our members train 6 days per week at Vancouver Aquatic Center, specifically for the 50-meter pool. But today I'm speaking for the children in our community. Shutting the VAC before a replacement is built will deepen the damage already done to a generation of children. COVID shut down lessons. Let's remember this. And the backlog hasn't been cleared. We see the situation at a crisis level, and we are turning children away, as is everyone else. Drowning remains one of the leading causes of death in children. Swimming is not a luxury. It's a life skill. Now, some will say recreation matters too. Of course it does, but you can recreate and socialize anywhere, in a park, on a trail, at a playground, but you can't learn to swim just anywhere. You can't train to race in a warm water leisure basin. And for many older adults, swimming is the only form of exercise they can participate in. So I ask, why are we spending $175 million on a destination pool that won't meet our residents' needs? Why aren't we building a functional 50-meter training facility for a third of the cost, one that could be ready before VAC shuts down? Taking VAC offline now is not just short-sighted, it's dangerous. And the replacement won't fix the access crisis. We're using precious public dollars inefficiently. We need to focus on needs before wants, and that means delaying the VAC closure until a suitable replacement is operational, building a replacement 50-meter facility to support our fitness, sport, and lessons needs, and scaling swim instruction through alternate programs, group lessons, open water swimming, and through teach pools that can be built on public property and operated by certified swim schools for a fraction of the cost. Let's be realistic. We're in an era of scarcity and uncertainty. We must invest in infrastructure that serves the many, not the few. A 50-meter pool is far more efficient, supports fitness and public safety, and accommodates everyone. This isn't just about sport. It's about equity, health, and using public funds responsibly. I'd like Council to reconsider the message it sends out by approving the funds to remove our largest training facility before a new one is built, a decision that increases the burden on families seeking to access basic swimming lessons. Let's build the right pool in the right place at the right cost at the right time. And the time, everyone, is now. Swimming is a sport for life. Let's make it a skill every child in Vancouver can access before it's too late and someone else drowns. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Philip. The last registered speaker is Sarah McLeod. Sarah?
Hey, thanks, Councillor, Mayor, and staff. Hopefully, I'll talk quickly on the pool thing, so Fry can come back in here. I grew up in the pool, I don't know how to word this, the highest density pool city in the country. And I learned to swim in the first 50-meter pool in the country by a friend of Victor Davis's, who would teach you the Victor V when doing breaststroke. And the town I grew up in has developed many Olympians and many sport athletes that are constantly represented in almost every Olympics that comes up. Friends of mine, Dave and Laura, moved to Vancouver years ago and have taught swimming at the National Center in Victoria, as well as water polo. And I used to do death-defying flips and twists from 10 meters in the air from the first 10-meter diving platform in Canada. It was a little shaky. There's better ways now. All that to say is that these professionals, some of which grew up in my area too, like Tom Johnson and Bev Boyce, who I believe are involved here in Vancouver with the Dolphins, or have been in the past, are telling you that this is a bad plan, and just listen to them. Also, like the pool, about like, we taught Olympic way swimming lessons out east, so I don't know what the the lessons criteria is here, but like, we would never teach lessons in what they're taught, like this walk-up thing. Like, it's just a thing, like kids don't learn how to swim when they can touch the bottom. So all that to say, another minute and a half left. If we could, I don't know if we could pause it so Fry can come back in, because I'm not talking about the pool for the next minute and a half, or my time is still going. Should I keep talking, or is that, or?
You have 1 minute, 10 seconds left.
Okay, so when it comes to the other things on the capital adjustments, all the things like for urban forestry and natural areas that are saying are for public spaces and open spaces that are good for the public safety, I do, I do support things like that, natural things that improve the public safety. I think the biggest like tool, in my opinion, infrastructure-wise even, that can help your public safety for like cost value is these tree pits. I mean, just based on numbers that we talked about earlier today, 170 staff in a year, if you take the median that staff are paid full-time here, let's just say 100,000 for easy numbers, you could fund 850 tree pits that would make, the public safety for everyone in the city literally just the minimum standard for the Pacific Northwest in an increasing climate emergency disaster situation. So definitely put more into there, and you can get great value with those tree pits, is my belief. We just have to figure out the best places to put them and get going.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. All right, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. So knowing the time right now, we're going to take a recess, and then we're going to come back after lunch for the decision and debate. Welcome back, Councillor.
TELUS conferencing. To join the conference, your access code is not valid. Welcome to TELUS conferencing. To join, your access code is not valid. Welcome to TELUS conferencing. Welcome to TELUS conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign.
Hi, Sonia. Can you hear me okay on the TELUS line?
I can hear you, Irina.
Beautiful. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, everyone. It's 1 p.m. We have the quorum. Let's get this started. All right, thanks everyone. We finished all the public speaker before lunch today, so now we're gonna continue. Okay, would someone like to move a motion? Wait a minute. Yeah. It'll be in the discussion period. Yes. All right, so would someone like to move a motion? No, not yet. Okay, moved by Councilor Kirby-Young, seconder. Second by Councilor Bly. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councilor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wonder if I can ask a point of information through you to staff, and it might be best for the city. Sorry, is the mic working?
Please go ahead.
And that we've obviously heard from a lot of the passionate 50-meter pool folks and how important competition is in the city. We have a dearth of those facilities. My question is, how much has been spent to date total? This might be for the Park Board GM as well. And so that's my question. How much have we already spent? Would those be sunk costs if council didn't advance this funding envelope or gave direction for it to be pens down? And what would the impact of not proceeding at this point be? I have limited time. Thanks.
I'll run up here then. We'll have to get back. We'll try and search that question on how much has been spent to date. If we didn't proceed with the direction that we received from our board and this request today, this does put the project at significant risk of being completed. We're already earmarking shovels in ground at the tail end of 2026. And so sort of any delay on this project is really putting that at risk, which then means we wouldn't be able to procure.
Okay, so follow-up point of information, and the cost escalations are happening if we delay procurement, but would we have to go back for further debenture borrowing on the next election ballot in the fall and kind of start again, so to speak?
My understanding is that is the case. We would have to request this money again.
Okay, I'll come back on for the answers to how much has been spent so far. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Maloney.
So if the budget isn't approved today, how much longer is it likely to take to get a new pool on the West End waterfront? Is there a risk we won't get a pool at all?
So at this point in time, I would say if this proposed project and this request doesn't go through and we go back to the drawing board, there is a number of uncertainties that I can't really speak to. Again, we would have to have different conversations with the province, engage MST, design an entirely new plan. That adds significant amount of time. What I don't know is what that means for a cost, and what I don't know is what other pressures would exist at that point in time should we go that route.
So how seismically safe is the current BAC building compared to other public buildings in Vancouver? And what would be the likely outcome of a strong earthquake on this building?
Thanks for the question, a really good one, actually. So the seismic requirements were actually brought into the BC Building Code in 1973. By the time that came about, the VAC, as we know it today, was well under design development, and so it has no seismic requirements at all. It is not designed to a seismic requirement within the BC Building Code. So the imminent failure of this structure is imminent.
That's a worry.
Yes.
A lot of kids live downtown. I know that all the schools on the downtown peninsula are oversubscribed. And I'm concerned about how many kids missed out on the opportunity for swimming lessons, even more than already do, given the shortage of swimming lessons. What's the plan if for when this pool either is out of commission because there's some disaster or it gets closed down to be rebuilt under the current plan?
We can do both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you heard from speakers and as in some of the past reports we've provided, this current pool does serve a large proportion of swim clubs who provide basic core swimming training, but also more advanced instructional training towards competitions. Without this pool serving that community, of course, they would be displaced. And again, we're looking to accommodate them at Hillcrest as we do build the new pool. With the new pool, we are looking to accommodate more of our traditional swim programming and swim lessons. We have a backlog of 6,000 people on our wait list to access basic swim lessons through the city's programming. And so we're looking to serve that through this new amenity in acknowledgement of the fact we couldn't deliver on a 50-meter pool, but we would certainly look to a 50-meter pool in our system downstream.
Yeah, so on that point, what's the plan? I mean, we all want to have a 50-metre pool, a new 50-metre pool in Vancouver. So what's does that look like, that process?
So at this point, we've received direction from our board to explore a 50-meter pool in south of Vancouver, and so we're going to take that direction. We've also had direction from our board to update Van Splash, which contemplated 50-meter pools in our system. There would still be a significant component of this, which would be seeking the necessary funding to deliver a project of that size and scope. Obviously, we would be very welcome to senior levels of government participation in that, but we haven't seen that in past aquatic centers. So at this point in time, we're looking at these projects as ones that we would look to solely deliver through city financing.
And would you say that aquatics are the most costly service that the park board delivers?
In terms of facility use spaces, pools are the most costly delivered service, both in construction of the facility, but also in operating costs.
And what are the alternatives for the squads should this be approved today and this goes ahead as planned?
Yeah, so what we've looked at right now, again, we've spoken about Hillcrest. So Hillcrest in its configuration does allow a 50-meter configuration. We don't use that configuration very often. Again, our swim clubs do like VAC. They like the space that they have there. But we do believe, and through our analysis, that we can accommodate a substantial proportion of the time they currently use at VAC in the same rental program approach that they have today. So they would have discretion on how many swimmers they try and get into that pool. A lot of the concerns we've heard is the constraints and how many people are in there and it's not conducive to swimming. That would be at their discretion on how many folks they try and get into that pool at one time. So that would be the biggest way to accommodate these users is through Hillcrest, and the programming that is currently in Hillcrest that would then be displaced, we actually believe we can absorb in our other pools that are operating under capacity because Hillcrest is a very desirable site right now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Just to remind everyone, we are at a discussion period, so if you want to ask question, it has to be a point of information. Okay. All right, Councillor Bly.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought looking at some historic. So this is for Steve Jackson, GMF Parks. You mentioned something around that the park board has moved forward with the South Vancouver. So point of information, yeah. But I thought that was actually struck, and they moved to maintain the original staff recommendations to move ahead with what's in Van Splash.
Is a point of information, Councillor Bly?
Point of information.
Okay,
You were
yeah.
talking to the clerks.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So for the VAC renewal, pursuing a 50-meter pool was struck, and Park Board did approve the 25-meter option that is before council for a quarterly adjustment today. We received subsequent motions that were approved by our board to explore a new 50-meter pool in South Vancouver.
A separate decision.
Separate decision.
Okay. What is and another point of information through you, Chair, just thinking about regionally, because whether it's Vancouver Aquatic Centre or a future pool, I think in Van Splash was updated that a new 50-meter pool would be identified in the next 10 years. I know that's probably pretty ambitious realistically. Looking at from a regional perspective, are there other options recognizing the value of the Dolphin Swim Club, but just what that means for Vancouver in terms of athletics and training facilities? So I'm thinking UBC or others that may not be in our jurisdiction, but can be used to help supplement in the meantime.
Yeah, so one of the speakers who did share a slide on screen, they made reference to the new pool that's proposed for Burnaby. That's obviously very close proximity to Vancouver. Again, I don't know that we're necessarily looking to download our needs of our citizens onto another municipality, but when we talk about advanced training facilities or hosting facilities, the idea of those existing in multiple municipalities in very close proximity probably lacks a little bit of logic. Again, I think we would just be competing with each other for a very limited amount of needs. Our van splash and along with our community center strategies, they all contemplate pretty significant facility renewal needs to meet the demand of our services. Whether we have the financial capacity within the city, given all of the pressures right now, is a completely separate question, which is, it's hard to tackle. What does 10 years look like?
So let me just cut to the chase.
Sure.
Do we have a plan to accommodate a swim club like Canadian Dolphin in the absence of Vancouver Aquatic Centre?
Our plan right now is to accommodate them through Hillcrest.
Hillcrest?
Yes.
So that will be extended 50-meter? Because
Correct.
right now that 50-meter pool is not open very often, or?
Yeah, right now that 50-meter pool is typically programmed for various leisure type of components, whether it's aquafit or others, and it's not typically rented out to user groups very often. Again, most of our user groups have been accustomed to VAC. They've used VAC. They haven't needed above and beyond VAC, but without a VAC, now that need needs to shift somewhere, and Hillcrest can accommodate that, and things like aquafit are programming that we can accommodate through just leisure pools and other sites.
Okay, and then I just have like 20 seconds and I have to move an amendment, but is around the, actually, I'm going to just hit pause there because I need time to move that amendment. Thank you. Can I move the amendment now, actually? Because I think it's really just administrative to the conversation. I realize other people are on the queue, so I don't want to cut off that debate. But if I can move that amendment and get it on the floor, then I know that.
Sounds good. I'll move you to the amendment queue, Councillor Bly. Please add yourself there. Your mic. Please add yourself so I can advance you. There we go.
Thank you. As it was alluded to by Councillor Fry, in consideration of a conflict on one of the items, I've moved an amendment that I believe the clerks should have. And that's just, you have it right? Yeah. And that's just to simply sort of restructure the recommendations so that Councillor Fry is able to sever the decision around the Vancouver Aquatic Centre because he's in conflict.
So we need a seconder. Second by Councillor Corbiel. Can we see the amendment on the screen? Oh, there we go. Perfect.
I don't need to say anything more to that other than what I've already spoken to, so.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Seeing no one else on the queue, so let's just go to the vote on this amendment. Council, please register your vote. Second by Councillor Corbiel. Council, please register your vote. Yeah, Councillor Laminado. Oh, we're in the middle of the vote. Yes, just amendment. Yes, that's right. Okay, Councillor Meissner and Councillor Fry, they are not here. Okay, Councillor Meissner. Absent. Okay. All right, okay, so this amendment passed with Councillor Fry declare conflict of interest and Councillor Meissner absent. All right, okay, going back to the amendment queue, Councillor Corbiel, or? Okay, so I'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Bly?
Yeah, thanks very much. I am going to speak in, look, I'll just say this. I grew up also competing in swim teams and recognize, not in Vancouver, but elsewhere, just recognize the importance of a 50-meter pool. We're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Not that I want to abstain, it's becoming a point of interest on Twitter today. You know, I'm not in favor of not having a 50-meter pool, and that's a difficult vote to cast. Because I get the need for the renewal of the Vancouver Aquatic Centre. The timing is not lining up. And the cost to professional sports, and look, we talk about this pool being for families. There are young kids that came and spoke to council today. The competitive swimming is for young families. Competitive swimming is for kids. So I just want to leave those very brief but hopefully pointed comments to say that this is an impossible decision for me on the topic of the Vancouver Aquatic Centre. And just to say thank you to the speakers, and absolutely heard your advocacy, your self-advocacy for the sport that you've obviously love and is incredibly valuable to our city. So we have to get to a better solution here. I'm not sure we're going to find it today, but I'm absolutely in your corner for what you shared and what you brought to the conversation today.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this so many interesting things going on here. Is somebody who was lucky to have pool facilities, bountiful pool and swimming opportunities as a kid growing up in Vancouver. I have been a bit forlorn as to the fact that we've seen so many different facilities shutter over time. And I realized that there was a lot of work done by the park board some years ago to develop a strategy around that one. But you can feel the pressure now of a growing city, a growing population, and also the escalating cost of land. It's becoming increasingly hard for us to come up with replacement facilities. When the roof fell off the aquatic center, obviously it was a shock and a real strong signal that something needed to be done. Preliminary ideas about what to do with that facility, retaining some of the actual roof infrastructure, making it more open and embracing the surroundings was something that I saw, again, just as somebody who was not on the park board, but looked at and thought it would look like a very interesting idea. And then, of course, we started to hear from the community. We heard again from them today, and they've been quite vocal about what they see as their needs. And so, but we're caught in a bit of a challenging position. We do not run the park board. These decisions are made by our park board. But we are here with dollars that if we do not advance the funding at this point, it risks a delay for other members of the community as well who would be very interested in being a part of a modernized Vancouver Aquatic Centre. The fact that there is capacity for 50-meter swimming at Hillcrest is a comfort, but clearly we have to go a lot further. And so I'm hoping that through the capital planning process that we can begin to really start talking about other ways that we can accommodate all types of swimming, and including the people who are looking for the 50-meter competitive swimming. And so this is obviously a decision that's laden with some very strong feelings and passion around what the future is. But we've now been kind of presented with an opportunity now for us to be able to revitalize and invest in swimming pools. I'm a big fan of outdoor swimming pools. I've written about them in the past and like to visit ones all around the city and outside of our city as well. So noting that, I feel that it would be the responsible thing to move forward with the funding for the aquatic center, but to put a lot of emphasis and energy towards trying to creating revitalized opportunities for the city to have a new dedicated 50-meter pool and work with park board or work with all stakeholders to make sure that we're able to accommodate those needs moving forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Cabillon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you, following up on my point of information, wondering if staff have the information on how much money have we spent to date?
Question. Just could you repeat it again,
How
Councillor?
much money have we spent to date on this project?
4.3.
4.3.
4.3 million. We're at a Class C cost estimate. We're going to be at a Class B cost estimate by the end of July, and we've spent 4.3.
Okay, and if we, a follow-up point of information, if I can, if we delay, will it cost more? Are projects
It
costs
will.
going down or are they going up?
It will go up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, okay, I'll just make some comments because I was on the park board. I was around for the development event Splash. I'm a swimmer myself. I know how passionate people are about pools, indoors and outdoors. I do think that there's one sort of redeeming or positive opportunity, and that is the upcoming capital plan. And while the city of Vancouver has a lot of infrastructure needs, we do have, and again, right now, we currently still have an independent elected park board. I think this is a good example of why functionally sometimes this construct is challenging because we can't necessarily squash the decision of that park board, but we are also the parent that provides the funding. So it's a very nonsensical construct in a sense. But regardless, I think that we do have an opportunity in the upcoming capital plan to look at advancing the motion that was done to look at the exploration of a 50-meter pool in South Vancouver. These are things that are used both by local residents as well as inevitably competitions draw folks in from around the region. We see that in every pool, and that's the case also with the aquatic center. And so I think we have the opportunity to look at advancing some of the exploratory work around that, potentially putting some seed funding towards it, looking at creative opportunities for deliveries of pool structures, modernized, simpler to build, modular temporary pools. There's all sorts of things that are out there. So I just want to say that I think to the earlier comments, very sensitive to how important pools are in the city. And I think that this is something from an infrastructure perspective, pools are at the top of the list. Ice rinks are also aging. We're seeing it in, community centers are needing to be rebuilt. We've got Marple happening now. It takes a lot to sort of bring that forward. I'm also very sensitive to the fact that the West End has been waiting a long time to see some of the acute community amenity contributions that came in and were promised to deliver some community amenities because the neighborhood sort of bought into the West End plan and accepted density along those corridors on Alberni, Denman, and Davie with the expectation that we'd be able to deliver some of these projects. So I don't want to throw good money after bad, but I do think that this council can take that away and look at how we can advance the work on a 50-meter pool. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Klassen, can I see the chair to you so I can, ask a point of information? Okay, thanks. So I'll just ask a point of information to city staff through Vice Chair Klassen. So I think we had a few meetings with the swimming club. So some people brought this brilliant idea, so to have this temporary pool in the city, which has been proven to be successful in other municipalities or in other countries. Way cheaper, and it takes like 20, 30 years for the lifespan. Is that something that city is considering under the city land, doing a temporary pool for 50 meters? Oh, so I'll turn on you. Yeah, there we go.
I believe you're referring to the temporary pool or the modular pool.
I don't remember what they called, but
Sorry. It's a permanent, but it's a modular structure. We know very little about it. We certainly can explore it. A modular pool or a pool of that nature would actually have to take a fairly large footprint somewhere in the city. Certainly, I think one of the things I did hear earlier today was that it could be on a parking lot. We'd have to look at that carefully, but certainly it's something that we can explore.
Okay, so does staff need council direction on that, or?
I think we can certainly look at that quickly.
Okay, thanks. Strongly encourage you work with our swimming club because there's some brilliant idea from the
Absolutely
from the committee members.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Armin.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take my chair back on Councillor Klassen. Councillor Orr, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate everyone giving this a lot of serious attention and some really great questions and lots of moving parts and overlapping jurisdictions and different parts in terms of Van Splash and the plebiscite and all these different things. So it's a really difficult sort of thing to wrap my head around. But just maybe a point of information through the chair in terms of is there any risk to the city around this like breaking our obligation that we made with the plebiscite? Is there any sort of like way that the city could get in trouble? I mean, I don't know. Like, was the plebiscite binding? I'm still not clear on that.
Thanks for that question. So we did look into this with our legal team. Again, I'm not offering legal opinion at this point in time, but our understanding is that the plebiscite question spoke to a 50 meter. It wasn't specific, this will be. It was part of the exploration of the renewal, and we don't believe we would be susceptible to any legal challenges resulting from moving forward with a 25 meter pool.
Okay, thank you. That's everything.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen. All right. Okay, that's right. Okay. Yeah, so clerk. Okay, sounds good. All right, so let's look at on the big screen so we can see which one we're going to sever. All right, so everyone, we are voting on A right now. Council, please register your vote. We are voting on yeah, okay. Yeah, he's coming. All right, so Councilor Meissner is absent. All right, so yeah, okay, so Resolution A passed with Councilor Fly declared conflict of interest and Councilor Meissner absent. Oh, he's here, yeah. Okay, now we are voting on B and C. All right, so council member, please register your vote. Councilor Dominado. Oh, there we go. We saw your vote. All right, so B and C passed unanimously with Councilor Meissner absent. Thank you, everyone. That completes report 2 on the agenda. Okay. The other report has been approved on consent. Now we're gonna move directly to the council members' motion. The first council members' motion is jump-starting rental housing, bold action to boost rental housing constructions in tough economic times. It is moved and introduced by Councilor Bly. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay. Councilor Bly, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I'm bringing forward this motion today, jump-starting rental housing, bold action to boost rental housing construction in tough economic times. It's coming, of course, on the heels of decisions we made yesterday, but also on the feedback we heard yesterday during the report from staff that provided incremental, programmatic sort of policy direction that council did approve, recognizing that while they're noble and certainly something that could help, it's not enough to really be moving the needle. What we're facing right now is a situation where housing starts are significantly down month over month compared to last year and the year before's numbers. So while we are approving new units of housing in our public hearing process, and we seem to be sort of posting a lot about that and talking a lot about that, that's not actually reflective of what's being built. And the concern, and we heard from the GM of Planning yesterday, Josh White, that his concern is a price jump in the coming years if we do not continue to ensure that rezonings and approvals actually result in breaking ground and housing units, rental housing units being built. So this is a tool that's been used in Kelowna. It's been used in Kamloops. Kelowna had very promising outcomes, 1.6% vacancy rate, jumped to 4% vacancy rate in only 2 years. What this essentially is it takes the property tax that is, of course, only in theory until something gets built. So if it's not going to get built, it's not property tax dollars that we're losing anyways. And it basically puts, it takes the line item of that expense of property taxes on the operating expense sheet that's basically part of the pro forma and reduces the operating expense and allows for more equity to be taken out of the project and more debt to be borrowed against the project, which is basically the make or break of these projects getting traditional financing. So it's complicated. It's worthwhile for staff to look at it and bring back options to council, which may also be they don't advise that we proceed.
You're at time.
So I hope that we'll at least be open to getting the information back from staff.
Thank you. You're 30 seconds over, actually. That's okay. No problem. Okay, do we have a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Fry. All right, we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first speaker is Evan Agrino. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Sorry. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Ivan.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Evan Allegretto here from Intracorp, speaking again from add-on from yesterday. I'm in support of this. I'm really in support of anything that moves the dial. And like I said yesterday, we need some big movements to make the pro forma work. And there's, property tax abatement is one of the tools that the city has. And there are really four other ones that I would want to speak to. And I don't know if the property tax thing will get pushed forward because the trade-off is tax, and if staff would support it or not, or council would support it or not. But let's talk. There's four other things that I want to talk about quickly. Is to make things move dramatic enough to make the performers work. Other than property tax, you only have four other things. It's the amount of affordability needs to go down. The depth of affordability needs to go down. The building code changes could change and go down, and we don't talk about that enough because the building code continuously grows up. And the other thing is density. Historically, we use density to solve all these problems, but it doesn't work anymore because the amount of affordable housing that we need to provide is not offset anymore by the market housing because rents are going down. So there's only a handful of tools that we can use to really move the needle, and we need council to make a decision to help doing that. And this is all because, CMHC has left the development market. CMHC, particularly the MLI Select program, pretty much was the solution for rental over the last 2 or 3 years. They've now left the development world, and they were the ones that, provided the extra leverage so that developments would work. And so this property tax thing is effectively doing what CMHC was doing previously, but the other items that I talked to would do the same thing. I also want to say, all council here went through the DCL meeting earlier yesterday and all supported and recognized that there's issues with viability and development. I struggled to watch the West 10th approval when there was a motion to extend the TRP to existing new tenants after the rezoning happened, which would be effectively increasing the amount of affordability, which makes the likelihood of development more unlikely, which has bad outcomes because it sets precedents that developers will then not re-rent units, and it's bad for tenants. It's bad for supply. It's bad for the long-term growth, or managing rents long-term. So in conclusion, if it's property tax, the depth of affordability, the amount of affordability, the building code, something needs to change. And creating a short-term incentive program, and I mean short-term, and Council has done this before. They have they had the STIR program that lasted for 2 years in Vancouver. Very innovative program back in the day. There needs to be something that can be short-term and temporary so it doesn't affect land values.
Thank you,
That
Evan.
helps
You are
move
at
the
time.
dial.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker number 2 is Sarah McLeod. Sarah here. Didn't see Sarah. Oh, okay. All right. So speaker number 3 is Paul Sullivan. In person? Paul? Oh, okay. Thank you. That completes our speakers list. Okay, thank you all for Evan for speaking to Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councilor Corbian.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. That went faster than I thought. Yeah, let me sort of preface my comments by saying I appreciate. There we go, Mike. That I think it is a good thing, just like we're doing with the earlier today, with trying to set a reasonable property tax increase, just like we did yesterday, with reviewing the pacing of development contributions and aligning those with other municipalities, or looking at other opportunities such as not putting inflationary increases on, to revisit our frameworks to try to elicit the results that we want. And that includes ensuring that housing continues to get built. And obviously we want the right kind of housing, and we want more affordability and more affordable housing. There's a lot of economic intersecting factors and considerations that we have to look at. And I think that's important. The one speaker that we just heard from said that something needs to change. I agree, but I will say this is not it. If we start on, which I think is a very troublesome direction, to give tax breaks to developers, property tax breaks, somebody else has to pay for them. That is typically how it works. That means that your residents and your small businesses have to pay more, or we collect less tax, which means we can deliver less service. That's not rocket science. Shifting that burden right now in the midst of an affordability crisis that has been unprecedented, in the midst of absolute uncertainty with respects to tariffs and other scenarios, I think would be incredibly troublesome to support. Tax in general, when we hear from our staff and they do updates every year around property tax and we look at permissive exemptions that we have very few of them. There's about 30 organizations. Some of them are churches. They date back about 30, 40 years or more to the 1970s. And we've actually been trying to go away from that. And what we do is we support folks that need it, like nonprofits and others, through grant programs. I'm really troubled if you apply the principle of fairness in taxing and property taxation to look at the fact that this just pulls out solely the developer category and it pulls out rental housing. What about nonprofits and nonprofit housing? What about folks that are doing social housing? What about arts groups like Beaumont Art Studios that's often in the news and often pointing out how troublesome their property tax burden is? What about the small businesses that are seeing the increases in their property tax? To me, this violates the core principles around the principle of fairness in tax. I do agree with what we heard from one of the speakers around the fact that we need to look at things like building code. It doesn't make sense to me that Vancouver has made in our city solutions. You should be able to build to life safety standards that are the same if you step over the border of Boundary Road and you're in Burnaby, or if you're in Richmond. Those are things that we can support. Permitting improvements are things we can support. Things like, again, the CAC deferrals that we did yesterday make sense. We should be looking at all those things that we can do, but without putting harm onto other folks. And that is exactly what I think that this motion would do. The other thing I think is important to recognize is that, as we mentioned, we have a huge infrastructure deficit. We have a massive hole we're digging out of. I'm not sure why we would start giving, again, tax breaks to developers. We can look at things like affordability. We can look at the other components. But it's the residents and the small businesses that have to pay those taxes and have to make up the difference, or they get less service. That to me just makes no sense. I think that there are a lot of other solutions that we can look at. I'm open to many of them. I appreciate the spirit behind trying to achieve this, but this is just the wrong road to go down. And property tax is the only thing. It's insufficient. There's lots of conversations about it. It's really primarily our other revenue sources come in from things like parking or from fees, all those things that we also want to be reasonable to, because people feel the pinch when they have to pay to go to the pool, or they're trying to park now at Spanish banks, all those things. But it's the only core funding piece that we have as a city. I don't know why we would start giving that away. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to just start by acknowledging that I believe, as I read the substance of this motion, it does talk about prioritizing rentals and below market rental units, which by definition would be the social housing, supportive housing that Councillor Kirby-Young was just referencing. I mean, at face value, I'm not crazy about the idea of tax holidays for developers, but I think this is worth an exploration. And what I like about this motion is that it is presenting the exact kind of transparency we just talked about before lunch with the you know, the proposed property tax reductions, and that's asking for the report back, looking at the potential financial and budgetary impacts for the city, and having that transparency. And so if this is actually a viable thing, and again, it's a deferral, I mean, we have full-on tax exemption within the Vancouver Charter for heritage property redevelopments. You know, famously, the Woodwards project downtown was done on under a 10-year tax holiday for the main tenants there. So we already have these sorts of tools, and I wish Josh was here I could ask about tax increment financing, which I think is also kind of a piece that might be folded into this kind of analysis. And tax increment financing, for those of you who don't know, is kind of paying it forward against the future tax revenue. So giving it a break up front. It's done in a lot of American cities. It's done in Calgary, and so of course Josh would have that firsthand experience. I think that is the spirit with which this is coming forward. And if indeed, to the work that we did yesterday here at Council, talking about the pressures on development in the city of Vancouver and the challenges with financing and all these other pieces, if this potentially could be part of it by deferring taxes, not eliminating taxes, not absorbing taxes on taxpayers, but deferring them and potentially reducing the tax burden so it distributes more evenly until that's built out, I think it's worth exploring. And I think that, again, the fact that there's the presentation here to allow us to take a fulsome consideration in the report back, I think is what's critical to gain my support.
Thank you. Councillor Dominado.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of reflections with respect to the motion, and I did take some time over the weekend to do some research because I wasn't familiar with the tax abatement model that was being proposed. I always find it helpful when I'm not knowledgeable to do that, and I had a few conversations. And I wanted, in the context of the conversation we're having today, I think that Council undertook some extraordinarily good measures and steps yesterday in the very fulsome report that came from the Planning Department and Finance around steps to support the housing industry and sector. A number of things that had been asked for and requested over many years, and also to align with other local governments. As was noted, apparently this model has been used quite widely in U.S. cities and states. And when I started to delve into that, what I found was that and maybe it's intended in part by this is the motion targets market rental, and it says below market rental, but is it in some of those US cities and states, the focus is really on deeply affordable housing to stimulate that, and there is criteria and links to more deeply affordable units. And so again, I think it probably varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. I am not an expert, but just identifying that, because that isn't really explicit in the motion. And then finally, I do think there is an equity perspective and consideration here, is that even though it's been remarked as and commented that it's only a deferral for a period of time, we are in an environment of scarce resources, and at the end of the day, somebody has to pay, others will have to pay, and that will be maybe existing landlords of rental buildings, that'll be homeowners, it'll be small businesses, and they're already feeling the pinch. And so from my perspective, you know, it isn't the right time for this particular measure, and for those reasons, I won't be supporting the motion.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Metzner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just echoing some of the comments from some of the other councillors who have spoken already. We did hear just yesterday about the positive impact that the changes that were brought forward by staff in terms of phasing DCL payments and introducing surety bonds. And I have a lot of confidence that based on their analysis and engagement with the building community, that those measures are going to make a significant difference in advancing rental projects in particular during these tough economic times. So from my perspective, I'd really like to see the outcome of those efforts and the positive impact that they'll have. Councillor Dominato just touched on something that I also discovered in my research around property tax abatement schemes in other cities. They've often been for deeply affordable units, as mentioned by Councillor Dominato, but also to revitalize troubled areas of a city. So as many of us know, there's many cities, particularly in the US, where there aren't a lot of residents in the downtown core and it empties out after 5 p.m. And these sorts of programs have been used to revitalize those particular areas. That's a different context from my perspective than Vancouver. And I, understand and I'm proud that last year Vancouver accounted for 44% of all rental housing starts in the region. So I think we need to carefully approach the need or balance the need for moving projects forward in these more challenging economic times in terms of interest rates and construction costs, with ensuring that developers pay their fair share of property tax. And I just have difficulty understanding how, given the city's current financial situation and the ask that we're making of residents and businesses to pay their fair share in property tax, justifying a property tax abatement scheme for developers when we're already taking measures to help move housing forward. And we just passed a whole suite of those just yesterday. So unfortunately, I can't support the motion, but I know that we're all committed here around the council table to working to move housing forward in our city. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, so Councillor Clausen, I'll cede the chair to you so I can ask some question here. Okay, thanks. So through the Vice Chair Clausen, so I'm going to ask a question, point of information to you, to the city manager. So if we will pass these motions, does the report back take some additional resource from our planning team?
Thanks to the chair. So certainly this is work that staff could do. It is fairly complex, so it would require a concerted effort on the part of our staff, both in planning, but also law and finance. So yes, it would require substantial work.
So would this work slow down other projects or other planning we're doing right now?
At this point, through the chair, we would work it into existing. We wouldn't prioritize a work that over council work over over work that council has already directed us to do. Of course, as council knows, our planning staff and finance staff are right now working to address a number of provincially mandated changes to our land use regulatory framework. So we would work it in. At this stage, I couldn't provide an estimate as to when we would be in a position to report back. But subject to other direction or more specific direction from council, we wouldn't interpret this motion as superseding other work.
Okay, thank you. Last question is, I realize there's no timeline in this in the resolution. I know it's difficult to estimate the time right now, but what is your rough estimation given all other competing priorities? When we're going to see the report back?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't speculate at this stage. It's hard to know. Of course, council's direction earlier today around budget may also have an impact on our capacity to do this type of work. This would be tax-funded work. So at this stage, through the chair, I wouldn't be able to suggest a particular timeline. I would say it's likely not the current calendar year.
Thanks. All right, thanks, Paul. Okay, I'll just make some brief comments. So I think we heard very clear that this work is very complex. I really understand the intention for this motion, but I just do not want to see us detract from our current priorities, which is deliver more housing faster. Any motions or any directions get us offside from that direction, I would oppose. So that's why I'm not going to support this amendment. I think we should focus on the current job. Deliver more housing faster. I don't want to take resource from other initiatives that slow down the process. Okay, thanks. I'll take the chair back. Okay, Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just kind of rattling off a few stats that I have at my fingertips here. Vancouver currently leads the region in rental housing delivery, accounting for 44% of the region's rental starts in 2024. Over the course of this term, we have seen nearly 12,000 rental housing starts, And we've already, just this month alone, approved 3,300 new units of rental housing. Now, I realize that some of these projects are going to struggle to get off the ground and get shovels in the ground. But I also know that yesterday, after an extensive and I thought incredibly thoughtful approach by staff, the report showed ways for us to be able to address these costs and allow developers to delay the payment of amenity and developer charges. So I think that work is just getting underway. I'd like to see where that goes. Just listening to the city manager now talking about the level of complexity involved in this one is also does not bode well for it as a policy. But I also know that while I consider the development industry as kind of one of the partners that'll allow us to get housing built in a time where we have a housing crisis, the narrative is unescapable that we get accused all the time of being, in the pocket of developers or always developer friendly. And I want to make it really clear to me, I do think that this is a bit of a bridge too far, and we are not here to just do whatever the development industry asks of us. And I think in this case, we've already made some serious accommodation, noting the economic conditions that are in front of us right now. I think that the plan that was put forward by staff yesterday, which this council supported, is work that needs to unfold and see where that goes. But at this point, I don't plan to be giving them any additional tax breaks. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Sin.
Great, thank you very much. Great conversation. I don't want to repeat a lot of what everyone's already said here, but let's be clear. When you defer taxes, you have to make it up somewhere else. And so, giving someone a tax holiday is, someone else is going to have to pay for it. And in this case, when we give, the developers a break, it will be the residents, regardless if you are a renter or a homeowner, and the businesses that will have to make up that difference. And we are we're about to enter incredibly challenging times. It looks like we're going into a recession. We have the threat of tariffs. It seems like every other week that's affecting a lot of the industries that are based in Vancouver. And so I believe in a balanced approach. Now, I don't want my comments to be construed as we are anti-home builder. Very, very far from it. I do want to remind council and the residents of Vancouver what we've done to support the building, creating an environment where we can build or have builders build more homes faster. We're very bold when it came to a review of the view cones, shadow policy, pre-zoning of 26 village nodes, our initiative around 3331, which would speed up the permitting process. Even getting as nitty-gritty as permitting backlogs for new connections. We've sped up that process by 82%, and we slashed wait times for those permits by 60%. You can get a permit for a laneway house 60% faster than before we came into office. And as councillors Meisner and Klassen mentioned, there was a lot of work and initiatives approved just yesterday to help home builders, considering the challenging economic times that we are going into. And the results are showing. We have 20,000 new homes in the pipeline, and 90% of them are rental. Since 2023, we've doubled the rate of rental housing in the city of Vancouver. And from mid-2023 to 2024, there were 7,000 new rental starts in the city of Vancouver. That just all goes to show you that we take building of homes seriously. We are still in a housing crisis, and we will do everything we can as the City of Vancouver to make sure that people and organizations that choose to build in the City of Vancouver, they will be greeted with as much support as possible. And like I said, we need to take a balanced approach. There are people, there are families across this great city of ours who are struggling to feed their families. And you know what? We have to think about them as well. And this motion would actually give a break to the home builders after we've helped them quite a bit, and we will continue to help them. But it will come at the expense of families struggling to feed their families, bridging this gap. And so for that reason, I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, Councillor Maloney.
I'd like to move an amendment that I've sent around that I think helps to address some of the concerns that have been raised in relation to focusing particularly on non-profit and co-op housing and supporting equity deserving populations.
Okay, I'll move to you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. So okay, there we go. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's a really good thing to explore different ways of making sure that housing gets built, and particularly rental housing. So the amendment that I've moved is a simple one that, as I say, I think addresses the concerns about making sure that we explore, and that's what this motion is doing. It's asking staff to explore and report back on options to address the issue of housing potentially not getting built. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a seconder. Second by Councillor Orr. I saw Councillor Orr's hand first. Okay, so any other questions? Seeing no one else on the queue. We're going to go to the vote on this amendment. Okay, Council, please register your vote. All right, so this amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Kirby Young, Darmanado Bly, and Montague, Klaas, and Meisner, and Mayor Xin in opposition. Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Maloney?
I'm done, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Orr? Oops.
Yeah, thank you. It's really refreshing to hear a lot of my colleagues in here not wanting to give handouts to developers. Maybe you could join my party. This is excellent news. But since it is just a report back, I think I think I could support something like this. I would love if that amendment had gone through, because to sort of focus things towards the deeper end of affordability. But I think as a report back, I don't think it does that much damage, so I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. Happy to just close on the motion. Lots of different sort of stats and facts have been thrown out in the discussion, so I really appreciate the thoughtful consideration. So just a couple of points to this. I mean, one of the ones that I think is really important is many of the stats that have been quoted about fastest this and in the pipeline and how many units and this coming online. Projects coming online now, units coming online now, were because of decisions made in the previous council. Just to be very clear about that. Those projects take 3 to 4 years to come to life. We heard that yesterday. It was a question I've asked. So can't take credit. This council cannot take credit for those units coming online. Number one. Number two is that the stats of all these increase, what have you, are at the end of 2024. We know that. That's not revelations. What we're hearing is CMHC is reporting 48% less housing starts in 2025 in February alone. It strikes me as odd that that's a pretty critical number that doesn't get referenced in the debate today. What's important to recognize is that fail to plan, plan to fail. We're just going to wait until the data shows us that housing starts were severely impacted by 2025 in 2 to 3 years. By those units not coming online, rents will go up. That's just the state of it. I appreciate councillors doing research on this motion. Not one spoke to me directly, and I have been working on this for about 2.5 months and have done extensive research. I also think it's interesting that they're referencing US cities. How about cities in BC that have leveraged this program to get more rental housing? Just recently, in the last couple of years, Kamloops and Kelowna was significant
outcomes when it comes to increasing the vacancy rate to upwards of 4%. Look around our city. I can't find anyone who's going to say, you're all doing enough. Don't worry about it. No panic at the disco. We've got plenty of units. We've got plenty of customers. Our economy is super strong. Nobody has to worry about it. I thought this council was fiscally responsible, but when I actually look at some of the comments, small businesses would prefer the customers that would come from increasing units in their neighborhoods. The tax dollars are pennies compared to the customers that growing our housing starts and increasing our population in a healthy and sustainable way would result in. So this isn't a policy as was quoted. This is an exploration, a program. I understand that it's difficult to understand, and it was made comments that it is difficult to understand. We have to be able to do the due diligence. But there were more questions that were asked in this debate in closing comments that would be answered by staff being able to look at this. This isn't a pie in the sky idea. This is a program that planners in other parts of our province are looking at to stimulate rental housing and to keep moving forward, including social housing, including below market housing, including co-op housing. So I just think we have to remember that, and it was quoted earlier, the $3.5 million of empty homes tax funding that was given back to developers by this council goes into paying for affordable housing. This is actually a sustainable way that the city can fund affordable housing by ensuring that the private market is not being asked to do more than what is tenable, which includes delivering below market housing, delivering sustainable building construction, and doing that all in and around an inflationary period. Interest rates are up, construction costs are up. So if we had done all of the things that have been quoted here, that there is no need to be concerned, this which simply wouldn't be coming forward. Calling it a tax holiday to the very private market builders that take all of the risk to help us deliver housing in the city is just, I think it's just actually disrespectful and disingenuous. We get lobbied for a lot of ideas here. This is not a tax holiday. This is a stimulus program. And so I'll just close that when we talk about a recession, and I'm sure the mayor knows this because he is an accounting guy, when we talk about a recession, the best thing you can do is create stimulus projects. And that's what this program would do. It keeps people working, it keeps the economy moving, it keeps populations growing, and that's what you have to do when you're finding yourself at risk of going into a recession. So it surprised me, based on all of that, if we wouldn't just simply give staff the direction to explore this program so we can actually make a data and evidence-based decision on what their findings would be. That's my time. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Anyone else in the queue to? All right, so seeing no one else in the queue, I'm gonna call the votes. Okay, so council, please register your vote. We are voting for the main motion. Okay, the motion failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kerbian, Dominado, Bly, Montague, Claassen, and Meisner, and Mayor Singh in opposition. All right, so that completes motion 1 on the agenda. We are moving to the motion 2. The next item is expanding the school travel planning program. And it is moved and introduced by Councillor Dominado and seconded by Councillor Meisner. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, so Councillor Dominado, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Oh, sorry, your mic. There we go. Oops. Okay, there we go. Whoa.
There we go. Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'm introducing this motion with Councillor Meisner. And I think most of Council is familiar with the city's commitment around Vision Zero to eliminate traffic deaths and serious injuries. And in 2012, the city started the school travel planning programs. It's been in place for more than a decade. And the intention is to really work closely with the Vancouver School Board and specific schools to address safety concerns, develop action plans. And out of there's about 107 schools in the Vancouver School District, and about 49 have participated in the program to date. But at its early inception, it started with roughly 6 schools a year, and it's really varied at a high of 6 a year to down to 3 schools a year. And this motion really seeks to get a better understanding of how we might increase the number of schools that can participate annually. Last term, we took on a number of measures to try to reduce speeds for schools on arterials. So a couple of examples, Nightingale and Crosstown, where now the speeds are 40 kilometers an hour, and that was new. But also increasingly we're seeing more vehicles on the road, more people walking, higher densities, and we did have a very serious traffic collision at West 16th near Bing Secondary, and a 15-year-old was quite injured in that. And I know since that time, staff have worked actively with that school and made changes. But I think it just reinforces that in a city that is continuing to grow and where we're encouraging more density, more housing, more people are coming here, but we're also encouraging people to walk and roll and ride. And I have kids, they ride their bikes, their scooters, they walk. We want to support them and be able to get to and from their schools safely. And so the intent of the motion is to have a report back on how we might increase modestly the number of schools that can participate annually. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Simon Bordeaux. Online, okay. Second speaker is Margie Sanderson. Oh. Okay. Speaker number 3 is Michelle Scar. Yeah, Michelle's online.
Hello, Mayor and councilors.
Michelle,
I
before
hope
you
you're all doing.
start, as a procedural question, can I ask you if you are a resident of Vancouver?
No, I just moved away to
No
Burnaby.
problem. Please go ahead. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I am calling to support this motion. The school travel plan is a really great program, and expanding it will support actual infrastructure investment to make our streets safer for children. So right now, the program is doing really good work, and that should be accelerated to include more than just 4 schools per year. So I volunteer with Vision Zero Vancouver. It's a group that's advocating for the government to take more action to reduce traffic-related deaths and serious injuries. The acceptable number of casualties from road violence is 0. We, at Vision Zero, we talk a lot about the hierarchy of controls, which is a model on protecting people from hazards. It can be used to evaluate whether a measure is effective in preventing traffic violence. So in road safety, that means that removing or substituting out cars and engineering roads to make drivers go slower is more effective than relying on education. Reducing risk by closing streets to cars, replacing general purpose lanes with bike or transit-only lanes, and installing speed bumps, bollards, and daylighting intersections is more effective than asking drivers to please not speed in school zones. This is why investment in infrastructure is so important. We can physically slow cars down to significantly improve safety for our kids and for everyone on the roads. I also wanted to point out that the school travel program only gets a portion of the $750K that is allocated to the school active travel program. So I propose that you increase the budget for this program. And the mayor's office has a budget of $1.47 million. So I think a doubling of the program funding to match or exceed that amount would be appropriate. And I look forward to seeing more funding for this school travel program being allocated in the next budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michelle. Speaker number 4 is Ian McPhail Bartley.
Hi, I'm excited to support this motion. The school travel planning program is one of the best uses of city resources that I can think of. It gets road safety infrastructure built in a timely manner, something other programs struggle with for a mix of political and funding issues. I'm sure city staff have told you all about how many resources go into engagement surveys for various programs across the city, and I'm sure by now you're aware that when it comes to writing in or speaking at public hearings, you're often hearing from a relatively small set of people again and again. The school travel planning program manages to engage hundreds of different families across Vancouver every single year, slowly iterating through different neighborhoods for over 100 schools. This approach lets communities figure out what transportation issues are most pressing, and if the budget is there, solves them. The problems with this program both stem from a lack of resources. Many schools are on arterial roads, mostly those along the former electric streetcar network, and the existing funding for this program can only do so much when 6 lanes of vehicles are traveling by at high speed. For example, about half the students from the Charles Dickens Elementary catchment have to cross Kingsway to get to school. Parents complain about drivers running red lights, turning into crosswalks, and so on. That school is in year 1 of the program right now, and the budget for school simply won't make it possible to fix those concerns. A better mechanism to request funding for more substantial infrastructure investments when they're deemed necessary should be provided. The second problem that I hope this motion will help address is simply the fact that with only 1 staff member and a few $100,000 per year, the program simply cannot iterate through all 100+ schools in a reasonable time frame. Getting parents to volunteer their time with surveys is always a big ask, but I think we would all agree that a given school could quite comfortably participate at least once a decade without straining relationships with parents and school staff. Right now, a school would participate approximately every 25 years. So I'm really glad to see this motion, but what will really matter is whether or not more resources and funding are provided so staff can ramp up the number of schools each year and provide better infrastructure. I hope to see that in the next budget, and thank you very much to Councillors Dominato and Meisner for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Speaker number 5 is Michael Lan. Michael, are you online? No? Okay. Speaker number 6 is Bobo Eric.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Bobo. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll make this quick because I'm just stepping out from work for a minute. Yeah, thanks to Councillors Dominato and Meisner for bringing this forward. It's sort of long been a sore point in terms of active transportation and trying to make sure that kids can get to school sort of safely. I know there's some catchments are overprescribed, but generally kids are going to their neighborhood schools. And on my commute to work, I go by Charles Dickens, I go by not Selkirk. There's another Charles Dickens Annex, and then sort of a few more elementary schools. And in general, what I really see are parents that don't trust the infrastructure to bring their kids to school. And so, as previous speakers had mentioned, getting more resources, studying how we want to do that, getting more resources, whether that's staff and infrastructure money, to actually improve infrastructure so that parents trust the transportation network to get their kids to school safely if they're walking or biking. I think that would be a good thing. And so, I really hope this motion gets approved, and that we see some more money going into this. I think it's a really valuable public service. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bobo. I'm going to go back to speaker number 1, Simon Bordeaux. Simon online? No, okay. Speaker number 2 is Margie Sanderson. No, okay. Speaker number 5 is Michael Lan. No, okay, thank you. All right, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? There is. Okay, sure, yeah, so just give us just 1 minute. All right, all done? Perfect, thank you. Councillor Maloney, you are the first one.
May I be moved to an amendment queue, please?
Yeah, sure, I'll move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Okay, there we go, please go ahead.
Thanks. This is a very friendly amendment. I really want to thank Councillors Dominato and Meisner for bringing this excellent motion that's so important. I've just suggested a couple of minor amendments. This is asking staff to look into this and report back. What I would like to see is options to double or triple the current rate of funding. I've been hassling all of you for years, probably, to at least double the rate of funding to the school active travel unit of the City of Vancouver. Also to just make absolutely sure that an expansion of the number of schools covered under this doesn't diminish the quality of the examination of each school that's scheduled each year. So, sorry about that. And obviously, I've got a huge interest in this, having worked primarily with my volunteering work focused on encouraging active transport to and from school. We know that it decreases congestion on our roads, and it's so great for kids' physical and mental health and the environment. So I encourage you to consider voting in favour of my very minor friendly amendment.
Oh, so Councillor Maloney, I was just informed by clerk that we need to get some clarity on your motion because it seems like not aligned with what's showing on the screen.
Oh, my apologies.
Do we need recess? Okay, let's take a probably 5 minutes recess. Okay, let's figure out the discrepancy.
Thanks.
Okay, we have the quorum. All right, so let's continue. Okay, so clerk has informed us that the discrepancy has been figured out. Okay, so Councilor Maloney, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I've finished explaining the amendment. It's fine. There was some extra text which has now been removed.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Clausen.
Thanks,
Oh,
Chair.
we need a seconder for this amendment. Second by Councilor Fry. Okay, so Councilor Clausen, please go ahead.
Yeah, so with it, I'm seeing two highlighted yellow areas that are, obviously they're changed from the email that was sent. So there's the first one and the second one. So I would just like to ask, Chair, is I would like to support part of that, but not support another part of it. So if we do bring this to a vote, that we sever A Part 1 and A Part 2, if you want to call it that.
Okay, so there's a sever. Okay. Do we need a seconder for the sever? No, okay, perfect, thanks. All right, anything else, Councilor Clausen?
Well, that's all, thanks.
Okay, Councilor Dominado? It's her motion, so I'd like to get her here.
Here.
Right, Councilor Dominado, so you are on the queue now for the Councilor Maloney's amendment. And Councilor Clausen has asked to sever.
I do have a point of information now because now the amendment that is posted is different than what was there before,
That's right, we talked about that.
but it's actually substantially different. So maybe I'll call back to the email, the most recent one I saw from Councilor Maloney. If I can get my computer to work. There was actually more substantive text and so I'm actually confused about what's actually, was there just a recently changed amendment put forward? It's okay if there was, I just want to. Okay, so we're just dealing with this, not what was emailed. Okay. So I will speak to it then, if that's the case. Just with respect to the A1, in talking with staff and in advance of preparing this motion, one of the things they had recommended was being open-ended because they're working on the budget. And so I'm not supportive of specifying doubling or tripling or anything at this time because they're going to come back with some different scenarios about what they might do around supporting the program, which could be a range of things in terms of expansion or increasing the number of schools. I don't necessarily have any objections to A2 because that wasn't a direction of the motion in the first place. So I'll just leave it there as that I don't support the amendments in A1, but I am happy to support A2. And I take it, just again, confirming for the record that the language that was provided that said further that the report include an overview of specific infrastructure items that were considered in previous school travel plans, that has been removed and is not on the floor, correct? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Dominado. I think clerk is going to send us the latest version of the amendment. So,
Is this not the latest version I just spoke to?
well, this is different from the one we received earlier.
Okay.
But there will be another one with the latest one coming. Yeah, so just give us a second, Councilor Meissner. So clerk is going to circulate the latest version of the amendment. Okay. I'll let you speak first, Councilor Meissner. Please go ahead, Councilor Meissner. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Chair. Just to confirm, we're waiting on this version that's currently on the screen to arrive in our inboxes, or I'm also quite confused. The version that's on the screen currently? Okay. Okay, I'm just seeing it here, so.
There we go. We all received the latest version now, which is also aligned with the one on the screen. Yeah, it's this one.
Okay, and just to confirm, the latest version I have in my email is just A, but A2 and B are still part of the overall amendment? Because that's not what I have in my email, I just have A. They have not been struck?
Yeah. Yeah, only the red part.
A2 is this, oh, A2 is the red part.
Yes.
Okay. Just further to Councillor Dominato's comments, I mean, we've both, obviously, in the planning of this motion, have had a lot of conversations with staff who are really interested in exploring different ideas of how they could possibly expand expand this program, of which I'm very supportive of. But I do have concern about stipulating a doubling or tripling before we get that information back from staff. So I wouldn't be able to support that aspect. I don't have any issues with A2. And B is just looks to me like reaffirming the city or council's support for this initiative and our active transportation efforts. And I don't have any issue with that because I support those efforts. But just A1, that last bit, I do have an issue with, and I'll probably strike that last part. I guess an amendment to the amendment. So stand by.
They're going to sever.
We're going to sever. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Councilor Meissner. Councilor Maloney.
No, I don't need to speak more at this stage. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So no one else on the queue. So let's go to the vote on the amendment. So I guess we're gonna sever the first part on A2. So we're gonna now vote on the A1 first. It's amended. Please register your vote. Councilor Kirby is absent. All right, so A2 has failed with Councilor Joel. A1. Councilor Dominato, Montague, Claus, and Meissner, and Mayor C in opposition, and Councilor Kirby are absent. Okay, so now let's take the vote to A2, which has been highlighted on the screen. Council, please register your vote. Okay, A2 has passed unanimously with Councilor Kirby absent. Thank you. I'm gonna go back to the main queue. Councilor Maloney.
I'll leave it till the end. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wonder first if I might, through you, ask a point of information to the movers.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just curious, so the reference here is to the school travel planning program, but there's also reference here to the school active travel program, which is referenced as a partnership between the City of Vancouver and the Vancouver School Board. So I'm just seeking a little clarification as to how does the school board intersect with this resolution, specifically the school travel planning program?
The mover of the motion? The mover of the motion.
I don't know who's the mover, yeah. Or no, the mover, you or Peter, I guess.
No, so just it's reflected in the motion and that the school travel program is actually part of the broader school active travel program. So it's that's an umbrella. And VSB schools are involved in this. I don't know what more you're looking for. We've had this on the books for a number of years now.
Yeah, well, I think because you specifically referenced the $750,000 annual budget, which I'm assuming is split between, I guess that's what I'm looking for clarification in your whereas clauses. You talk about the school active travel program, which currently has a $750,000 annual budget. How much of that is the city and how much is the school board?
I don't know the answer to
Okay, okay. I mean, I'm city manager, if that's something that you have access to at the moment, but.
Sorry, Councillor, I want to make sure I understood your.
Oh, well, so the motion references a $750,000 budget that is part of the broader school active travel program, which I understand is a partnership between the city and the school board. And I'm just wondering, how's that split? Is it a 50-50?
Yeah, thanks. I will have to follow up with engineering, but I can follow up.
No problem. I appreciate that. That's a question that's better suited for the movers, really. I do have an amendment that I'd like to put forward, or I have put forward.
So let me move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Sorry, your mic. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, just in the context of the earlier conversation today and around the resolution moved by the mayor to create 3 alternative scenarios in developing the draft budget. I'd like to see a little bit of reckoning of this initiative, assuming that it does pass, and I am supportive in expanding the school travel planning program. I'd like to see how it is framed up within the context of these proposed scenarios for developing 0 and 0+ draft operating budgets. So that is the gist of the amendment, just reflecting on some of the conversations we've had today.
Seconded by Councillor Bly. Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of information through you to the mover of the amendment. Can you just clarify? I don't entirely follow the intention here when you talk about being explicitly weighted and considered within the anticipated budget scenarios. So can you just explain that in more detail?
Well, just, I mean, how, oh, sorry. Specifically how we would make the trade-offs that we're anticipating making with the new budget that is going to be coming forward, and how these, assuming we support this initiative, how will it be factored into this future budget consideration, so that we're not wasting everybody's time.
And so it assumes that any kind of expansion would require more budget. Is that the assumption?
That is in the motion, I believe.
No, not necessarily.
Options and costs associated with increasing the number of schools. I just assumed that to mean a budget consideration when it costs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Maloney.
I'm supportive of this motion because the amendment, because it specifically does cover what I was interested in finding out when I was looking at the 2025 budget last year, and found it difficult to, very time consuming to discover. So this specifically does address that issue that I had, and I think it would be very, very useful.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, so we're gonna take everyone to the voting panel. Please register your vote, Council. We are voting for Councillor Fry's amendment. Councillor Clausen and Mayor Sim. All right, so this amendment passed with Councillor Zhou and Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Kirby absent. Okay. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. That's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, I just wanted to make some overall comments on the importance of the motion. So I'm really happy to bring this motion forward in conjunction with my colleague, Councillor Dominado, in support of exploring ways to expand the school travel planning program. And As mentioned, this program is implemented at 4 schools per year currently, out of 107 schools in the Vancouver School District. And it's been in place since 2012 and has really made a significant difference in safety for young people traveling to and from school across Vancouver by adding things such as speed humps and bumps, new signage, bike and pedestrian infrastructure, and enhancements to crosswalks, such as longer crossing times and intersection bulges. So it's a successful program that's making a difference, and our intention is to expand this program to cover additional schools each year beyond the 4 schools. And I'm really sure we can find creative ways to do that. And I thank Council for their support so far with the amendments, and hope that we'll have their support for the broader motion. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to the movers. Just about a year ago, I guess it was the beginning of the school year, I visited Lord Byng Secondary, where there had been considerable work done by city engineering to reroute traffic and make it safer for crossings along 16th Avenue. A considerable amount of work was done. I know that Councillor Dominato and I met many times with parents from the PAC and the stakeholders in the community. And when she was still a civilian, we actually did a walking tour with now Councillor Maloney to take a look at what could be done there. And to me, it was an example of our responding to unsafe conditions that had led to a very serious injury of a student in the area. I noticed recently that there are clusters of kids running around on e-scooters. They're becoming sort of the thing to have right now. So there's a lot more activity in our streets around schools. And I think that this motion will, I guess, address what is I think a lot of pressure that is facing the school areas and the schools. And I always know that it's important that we're walking there, but I also think that the traffic safety around schools, we know how busy schools get during the school year when it comes to car drop-offs and what have you. So this program will go some distance to try and support our kids and parents and make sure that everybody's safe in those communities. So I'm happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
I'd like to specifically thank the representatives of Vision Zero Vancouver that spoke to us today, and for the work, especially for the work that they do. This program, the School Active Travel Program, does incredible work and really does deserve more funding. But there are 2 parts to creating safe routes to school for active travel. There's the work that's done on traffic calming and road safety around the schools, and there's a huge demand for that. But also getting to and from schools. And we were just talking about Lord Byng Secondary, where the tragic incident happened at the end of January 2023, where a student was struck by a driver coming back from UBC along 16th. But especially with high schools that have big catchments, there's so much capacity for kids to be using bikes or e-scooters to get to and from school, to save parents from dropping them and to reduce the negative feedback loop around parents feeling compelled to drive their kids to school because of the unsafe roads that are created by, in part, parents driving their kids to school. So I'm pretty concerned about the way the funding is looking for engineering as a whole, and particularly the active mobility plan and the school active travel unit, because these programs save lives, and they. Recently we were talking about kids' mental health. Well, the ability of kids to wander around their neighbourhood safely is incredible for their mental health. So, again, thank you very much for Councillors Dominato and Meisner for moving this important motion, and I hope that we see road safety and particularly active transport for kids and young people prioritised.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Orr.
I want to echo a lot of the sentiments. A very thoughtful motion here, and lots of work done here by many different people. And I just think this is a no-brainer. And as someone who's been hit by a car on their way to school, albeit not in Vancouver, it was in Surrey, but this is very meaningful to me as well. And there's been a lot of sort of division in the chambers today, and I think let's end this day on a positive note, and let's get this done. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote. We are voting for the motion as amended. Please register your vote. All right, the motion passed unanimously with Councillor Kerbian absent. Thank you. That completes motion 2 on the agenda. The standing committee portion of this council meeting is now complete. We will now reconvene in council with Mayor Xin as the chair to deal with the recommendations and the actions from today's committee meeting. Over to you now, Mayor Xin.
Thank you very much. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's standing committee on city finance and services meeting and other items on the agenda. Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Simon, the chair. Councillor Kirby-Young has a leave of absence from 3 p.m. onwards. Not in the chamber. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you. We do need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations for reports 1 through 5, inclusive of resolutions, and council member motions 1 to 2. Great. Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Urgent business. Council, are there any items of urgent business? And you can, I'll let you actually go first, Councillor Dominato. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Council. I have an approved LOA for Wednesday, June 25th from 5 p.m. onwards for personal reasons. I actually need that to be 3 p.m. onwards, and so I've circulated an amendment, a resolution to that effect. And that's on screen. I'm also sending in another one just to do a replacement. Maybe I'll speak to it while I'm at it. To have Councillor Joe replace myself as acting mayor on June 26th from 3 p.m. to the end of the day. And I will send that now as well.
Second.
Great. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, is there,
Maybe just wait, we'll wait for the second one to come through. Thank you.
So you moved it, seconded by Councillor Montague. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Great.
Thank you.
The motion carries unanimously.
There's two, and we can actually bring up the second one just for ease. This was, oh, they're both there now. Whatever's easiest, if we just want to do that. It's all in one? Okay.
Okay, so are we all good?
Sorry, I just, sorry.
I'm on the queue as well.
That was all my business. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm the chair. Mike. I'm on the queue next. Is that okay? So who do I see the chair to? Is that, Lisa, thank you. Can I please see the chair? I do have 3 LOAs for June the 26th, July 2nd, and July 3rd, all starting at 3 p.m. thereafter, all for personal reasons. Pardon?
We just need to receive that in writing, please.
Okay. That's just, or no. What's the email address again?
The council amendments DL is fine.
That's DL, perfect, thank you. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Sorry, bear with me for 1 sec. And do you have it? Undeliverable. Sorry. Right. You don't see it? Okay. Sorry. Thought we were there.
Let's see, where did you send it? Yeah, that should.
Get an error message. Oh, I think, at least I think it's you. You're the chair. Yeah.
All right, I am. Sorry, my apologies. Okay, so it's been moved, a request for leave of absence, Mayor Sim, for personal reasons from meetings June 26th, July 2nd, July 3rd, from 3 p.m. onwards. I have a seconder from Councillor Clausen. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much.
Return the chair, sorry.
I will take the chair back. And oh, wait, we have one more. Sorry, Councillor Clausen. Sorry, can we please advance? Councillor Joe?
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'd just like to, one item of urgent business is a LOA for June 26th from 6 p.m. onwards for personal reasons.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Great. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Any other matters of urgent business? No? Okay. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Claassen. All those in favor say yay.
Nay.
All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yep. That's not. It is not fun. Alrighty.